Hello? Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Thank you, Nixie. Oh, it is working on this one. Oh, heck yeah. Okay. This is the one to be using then. Thank you, Nixie. Oh, it is working on. Oh, heck yeah. Okay. This is the one to be using then. Okay, this is Andrew. We geek together. I am coming in. Oh, heck yeah. Okay. This is the one to be using then. Okay, this is Andrew. We geek together. I am coming in. Oh, okay. This is the one to be using then. Okay, this is Andrew. We geek together. I am coming in. Oh, okay. Someone to be using then. Okay, this is Andrew. We geek together. I am coming in. Oh, okay. Someone to be using. just so I can start hearing this stuff come in over here. Yep. Just so I can start hearing this stuff come in. Hey, that sounded pretty good. Look at that. That's so cool. Just so I can start hearing this stuff come in. Hey, that sounded pretty good. Look at that. That's so cool. Just so I can start hearing this. Hey, that sounded pretty good. Look at that. That's so cool. Just so I can start hearing. All right. And then this is my PA system. What maybe I'll do is, yeah. Hello, hello. Yeah, you guys can hear me there. That's pretty good. Yeah, and oh, that's working out great. That's working out great. All right, thank you everyone who came to this Dungeon Master Workshop. My name is Andrew Ashby. There are going to be me and 3 other amazing, talented speakers who are talking today. We all have different subjects. We've got Johnny here, who's one of them. We got Michael here, who's another, and Eric will be joining us later. The way these subjects are broken into, I've told them to prepare for about 40 minutes of speaking and then another 15, 20 minutes of Q&A. So if you have questions, save it for that last 20 minutes and then we can get into questions about their specific topics. All right, a little bit about me. I'm Andrew Ashby. I'm the game store owner. I own the tavern. Also, I've been playing TTRPGs for 10 plus years, and I've been a dungeon master for nearly as long as well. So I have a lot of experience in TTRPGs and a lot of opinions. So we're definitely going to be talking about that. But I wanted to ask you guys, what is the hardest question to answer in D&D? And I have a few of those questions. These are questions that you might have heard from players. Can I play an orange tabaxi bard named Puss in Boots? Can I steal the cleric's holy symbol? Can I assassinate the king? Can I have 2 immovable rods? Yeah? You have a comment there? Oh, let's get music. You're right. It is. Hey, Nixie. Hey, Nixie. Can you get music off? Thank you. You're right. The music, there's a lot of sounds going on. Can I assassinate the king? Can I have 2 immovable rods? Peasant, railgun, we've all heard that one. Can I seduce the dragon? Classic questions. More questions. Can I use his homebrew? Wait, can I take my turn back? Can I pick the lock? If I set the room on fire, will that kill the boss? Can I shove coins in their mouth and cast heat metal? Technically, mend works on objects. Can I use that to heal my Warforge, okay? Even more questions, okay? So as Dungeon Masters, we get a ton of questions, okay? And the idea of answering yes or no that's a lot to go through. And so I have a story of a perfect example here. So I am playing Call of Cthulhu with really good friends of mine. And Call of Cthulhu, for those who don't know, it is a survival horror RPG where everyone has to work together or they all die brutally. It's an unforgiving RPG. Anyway, I gave 2 of my players a very important piece of information. I gave them the incantation to destroy the monster. It was a magical incantation. If they can say it at the right time with the right ritual, they can kill the monster. This incantation is so important. So as soon as I give it to my players say, I want to roll up this incantation and smoke it. And what kind of question is that? The other players need that. You need this. You're going to smoke it? Anyway, so this one question almost broke that entire game. So I'll leave you there and we'll get into it. Okay? So we might have some Dungeon Masters. There's a rule going around. It's the improv rule. The yes and rule. Now this is good meaning advice. I don't really like it. Let me give you the rule though, and let's explain it real quick. So the idea is when your player says, hey, can I do this? As the Dungeon Master, you want to build off of that. So if the player says, hey, can I assassinate the king? You're going to say yes. And now the royal guards are after you. And now that the king is dead, there is now a power vacuum in the world, and his evil brother steps up, and now the whole civilized world is now corrupt and overthrown. So that's the idea of the yes and. You should let your players do what they want, and then you give them the results. Again, this is a nice thought, and for improv, this is fantastic, because when you're doing improv, You're building off of each other's energies. If they say, hey, we're in a car chase, and then the next person says, and the gang has a dragon, okay? You just build off of that, because in improv, if you say no, that's not what happens. It completely cuts the momentum, it cuts the energy, and it could even hurt feelings. So in improv, you don't really say no, but this is not improv, this is collaborative storytelling. So the idea of the yes and rule, I don't think it works nearly as much as a lot of people say. Now, it's a good rule to have in mind, but it's not as powerful as some people say. Okay, here's an easy thing to say no to. Okay, if your players ask for anything that will harm you or other players at the table, that's an automatic no. All right? Hey, can I steal the Holy Cleric's symbol? Hey, can I flirt with the other person across from me at the table? Okay? There are D&D horror stories, and if you're bored on YouTube, you can look at D&D horror stories. There are some terrible players and dungeon masters out there, and I believe as dungeon masters, we are guards, we are stewards of the game, and we need to stop anything that's going to make any other players or even ourselves uncomfortable, okay? I have a story. So I had a dad and a daughter, and they were playing D&D. The dad was well-meaning. He was telling his daughter how to play, but it became micromanaging in the battle. The dad was saying, hey, you need to move here and use this spell. Okay, next turn, you need to move here and do this. And the daughter had zero control over her character, and it was stressing her out, and to the point where she was almost in tears. And now, the dad wasn't even really asking any questions, but I had to stop that as the dungeon master. I pulled the dad aside, and I said, hey, look, you're stressing her out. I understand you're well-meaning. You're wanting to show her how to play, but that is her character. You need to stop doing what you're doing. Let her play her character, and trust me as the dungeon master to make sure that her character doesn't die a stupid death, okay? So that was me telling that person no, okay? Anytime anything that happens that interferes with players or you, that is a no, okay? So I have my two players, right? They have the incantation, and they want to roll it up into a blunt and smoke it in game. This is going to hurt the whole player table, because if the other players don't get the incantation, they're all going to die, okay? So just I want to bring us back to that story beat, but we'll get back. Okay, so a really, really good way to stop any problem players or stop any problems like this stuff that we're talking about is the session 0. So I'm going to get on my session 0 soapbox, okay? If you are a new dungeon master and you don't know what a session 0 is, here's a brief description. Session 0 is when you meet with your players before you start playing and you set ground rules and expectations. Hey, this is what the campaign's about. We're going to hunt a red dragon. And here are the themes of the game. And here are the things I will not have in my game. Okay? We're not going to have any sexual content. And we're going to keep the game PG-13. And if we need to torture anybody for any information, I'm just going to fade to black. Okay? If you want to, here's a good note. You can search up safety nets, veils, and lines. There's a lot of Dungeon Master resources about safety nets, veils, and lines. These are terminologies we use. A veil is something that you can fade to black. Okay, well, if you're going to torture this guy for information, we're just going to fade to black because I don't want to describe him screaming in a lot of pain. That doesn't sound fun for me as a dungeon master. And lines are, we will not cross this line at all. We are not going to have any sexual content in our game of D&D at all. Okay? Session 0 can be as short as 15 minutes before playing the game. It can literally just be you establishing, here are the rules. We're not going to break these rules, okay? And you can see on my wall, I have tavern rules, and I'll read those out in just a bit. Even for a one-shot, even for 2 shots, mini campaigns or epic campaigns, establishing a ground rule will only help. It will only help. You'll never have, well, it will cut down a lot of the problems that players might have. Now, you might have a rogue player, not like a class, but you might have a player who still decides to break your rules. All right, we'll talk about that in a bit, but setting up basic rules before every game will absolutely give you a lot more to do. This will help protect against a lot of the nightmare questions like, can I seduce a dragon? All right? Here are my tavern rules, okay? We are here to have fun, but one person's fun can't be at another's expense. Don't split the party. Leave politics and bad odors at home. Games are PG-13. Slay dragons, don't lay dragons. And this is a safe and welcoming game, okay? So these are my very basic games. My Dungeon Masters in the store, every time before they play a game, they have to state these rules to the players. And this encompasses a lot. This encompasses a lot. So these are fantastic rules, and you've got this note here, and you've got my screen as well for that. Okay. So I've been establishing a lot of stuff, but I still haven't got to the meat of the subject, is when should we say yes or no? And I think this is what it really comes down to. It comes down to your style and what your players value. What do your players want out of the game? Okay? Think about why are you a Dungeon Master? What excites you of being a Dungeon Master? Are you a wargaming Dungeon Master where you get out the terrain and the tiles and you love measuring spells and you love having your enemies come up with tactics? Is that what's really fun to you? Are you a story-focused Dungeon Master? You spend up all night, think of all these different plot threads, different families, different royalties, different story beats that you want to hit. Are you a role-playing Dungeon Master where it could be a villain speech or it could just be interacting with a shop NPC? Either way, it's really fun, and you're a theater kid. Like me, you just want to be in character, and it's fun to be in character. Are you just a Dungeon Master who wants to spend time with their friends? A good time, good vibes DM, okay? This is kind of your Dungeon Master style. And it takes a while to find your style, but the more games you play, the more you're going to realize what you enjoy about TTRPGs, Dungeons & Dragons, or any other system, and what you don't like, okay? Realize your values don't really match up with your player values, okay? I might be a wargaming Dungeon Master. I play Warhammer 40K, Age of Sigmar, but my players might want to be a story-focused players or a role-play focused. In fact, I guarantee your players are going to have different preferences. One player wants to get into battle. One player wants to get into role-playing. One player wants to strategize, and so it's really hard to try to align everything, okay? Players that share your values or get excited about your values, you're going to have the best time with. And players who go against your values or who don't really like what you're prepping or planning, that makes it a whole lot tougher for you. That's going to stress you out, and that actually burns you out, is when the players don't really align with your vision, okay? So it's okay not to be a Dungeon Master. This is kind of a hard pill to swallow, but if you're hanging out with your buddies, being a Dungeon Master is really stressing you out, and your values aren't really matching up with theirs, offer a different game. Hey, you guys, you want to play Smash? I'm kind of tired of being the Dungeon Master. Let's play Smash. Let's play Baldur's Gate, There's so many other options. You don't have to be a Dungeon Master if you aren't getting a satisfactory feeling from being a Dungeon Master, if your values don't line up, okay? The right group is the hardest part. Finding the right people to play with, honestly, is what makes or breaks games, okay? If you can find people who match your value, then it's going to be a lot easier for you to get along with them. There are people I love to play, I'll play with any day. There are people who I like the idea of playing with, but the longer I play with them, it stresses me out. And I have some really good friends who I will never play D&D with, okay? And you guys probably have those same family friends who you will never let them roll dice at your table because you just know it's going to go bad, okay? Story time. So I had some regulars who visited my tavern, and I was a game master at the beginning, and I played D&D with them, and I loved them. They were fantastic players, really had fun playing with them, and they visited every week, and I loved it. Then I had some new players come into the tavern, and they were also regulars, and they were great, and I loved playing with them. However, these groups did not get along, and I tried to have them at the same table, and their values did not line up at all, and boy, did that cause a lot of pain. And in fact, that first group of people haven't been back since, okay? And that's really sad for me, and maybe there could have been more that I could have done in that situation. Maybe I should have realized, hey, maybe I should not put these people together, but I was just wanting to play a game. But I feel really bad now because I don't get to play D&D with those people who I really care about and I really miss. But realize it's not always your fault. If some people can't get along with them, it's not your job to be the glue, the referee that's constantly trying to keep, your chaotic, crazy person from pushing other players' buttons, okay? So let's talk, well, finally we can talk about the main question. When do you say yes or no, okay? If your values are centered more around what the players are engaging with, say yes. That was bad wording. If the player is trying to do something that aligns with your values, that's when you want to say yes. Okay? Example, if you're playing a gritty, realistic political struggle, and your player wants to play Shrek, that's a no. Okay? Now, you can play a Shrek 2 adventure that has some political intrigue and stuff like that, but it needs to be in your values because you are trying to protect your game and your other players from each other and from to have a good time. You're trying to facilitate a good time. So that's why you want to establish early on, this is the game we're playing. We're playing a survival horror game where you all have to work together. So when somebody says, I want to go against the game that you've established, you can say no, okay? We'll get back to that later. I want to touch more on this, okay? Because when your player asks you a question, you got to ask yourself, what is the motivation behind them asking that question? Okay? A lot of the times it's just to have fun. Hey, can I play a tabaxi orange cat named Puss in Boots? That just sounds fun. There isn't really an ulterior motive behind that. I just want to be Puss in Boots. That sounds fun. Okay? But since I understand that their value is they want to have fun, I can say no to that, but I can offer them a different solution that works with my values, my vision for the game, that works with they want to have fun, but it works with my setting, my campaign, what I want to do. Okay? Motive is everything. Here's another example. What if your player asks that they want to be royalty? Okay, what's their motivation? Okay? Is their motivation they just want to be the main character and better than everyone else at the table? All right, the answer is probably no. But if they want to be royalty because that's a really interesting plot thread that you can weave into your political campaign where now you have different families vying for power and you have the forgotten son who's secretly a royal but they're trying to do something for their family. All right, that sounds actually really interesting, and so the answer to that one is yes. So realize like the same question, depending on the motive, will have a yes or no depending on their motive. Sometimes, I'm not a mind reader, sometimes I get their motivations wrong. But understanding their motivation will actually help you decide, yeah, this is a good thing, or no, we should not do this. Realize every time you say yes, that's positive feedback going to your players. You're training your players, hey, that's a good thing to do, okay? Think about training an animal, training a dog or a cat, okay? You give them a treat whenever they do something good. So if somebody says, hey, can I go to the library and learn some more history about this world? Heck yeah, you just fed my motivation because I want this to be a politically and lore deep world. Heck yeah, and I'm going to reward you. So every time your player does something good or something that aligns with your motive, yes, absolutely, reward them and let them know they're doing something right. And when a player at the table is doing something that's against your alignment or against your motivation, then find a way to find out why are they actually asking that question and try to feed that need, but still say no so you can protect your table, your story, your world, and your other players. We'll go back to that question there. I had a slide that says you can say yes, and then later on you can say no. So I had another player in this game. It's a mini boss fight. There's a dangerous boss in the room. What do? They're the rogue. They say, hey, I'm going to go into the treasure room and I'm going to start looting while the rest of the players are fighting the boss so I can get the good treasure. All right? That's somewhat of a toxic move at a table. It's not really good for the party because they should be focusing all their energy on the mini boss. But I read the temperature at the table. The other players, they were just chill. They were fine interacting this way. And so I said, yes. Okay? So he went off. He looted the room. And the players were able to defeat the mini boss. And he was playing a rogue, of course. The rogue then gave out some of the loot, but he kept the best stuff for himself. After the game, I pulled that player aside and I said, yo, man, like, how did that make you feel about doing that? Leaving the players behind and that kind of stuff. He's like, well, it was pretty cool. I got all the loot. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. But I'm going to tell you, everybody else at the table had a worse time because of it. And you lost some brownie points with all those players. You lost respect from those players. Not because your character's a jerk, but because you played a jerk character. Okay, realize there isn't separation in that point. If your character is a jerk, that means it's because the player controlling them is playing them as a dick, and that's their choice. And so you need to square up, because you keep on doing that, they're not going to want to play with you anymore. And I like you, but I also like all 5 of them. So that was a good learning point for me and for him. And he didn't do that anymore in the campaign, and they got along, and it all became water under the bridge. So you can say yes to something at the table, and you can change your mind. You're absolutely allowed to change your mind. As a dungeon master, if you give your players 2 immovable rods, and then holy cow, they've completely broke the entire cosmos with these 2 immovable rods, all right, let them know, hey, you guys, we need to chill down or chill out on these items, because it's really hard to plan encounters for it. So I'm either going to have to nerf them, take them away, or I'm going to have to trust you players that you're not going to always hit the nuclear button every time something goes wrong. All right, here's a really interesting thought about taking stress away from you from saying yes or no. The longer your campaign runs, the more weight each choice your player has, the more weight each choice is, okay? If I introduce a deck of many things in a 3-year campaign and I introduce that in year 1, that campaign can go off the rails so easily. It can kill people. It's super chaotic. If I introduce a deck of many things in a 1-month adventure, I can lean into that. We can go crazy with that, and the players can do whatever they want, and I feel comfortable as a dungeon master. I can, those 4 sessions, I can figure something out, okay? But it's really hard. The longer the campaign goes on, the harder it is for you as a dungeon master to be able to decide yes or no on the fly when your players are making such pivotal and important decisions, okay? So consider running mini campaigns. Make them a month long or 2 long, so you can gauge and you can learn more about your players. If you are a newer DM, or even an experienced DM, smaller campaigns are going to teach you a lot. You're going to be able to say yes a lot more, because you can roll with the goofy stuff, okay? One-shots are an excellent way to get crazy ideas out, okay? We had the joke, hey, I want to seduce a dragon. All right, well, I'd never let that fly in any of my campaigns. But if I wrote a one-shot about how all the players are trying to court one dragon because that dragon will go kill all of their families unless one of them is able to seduce. That sounds like actually a pretty fun adventure, and I could probably come up with something pretty interesting, and I think my players would have a lot of fun too. So that is a good example. One-shots and mini campaigns and shorter campaigns will allow you to say yes a lot more. The longer your campaign goes on, the harder it will be for you to say yes to crazy off-the-wall ideas that your players have, because it threatens to change your story, your narrative, your tone, and the things you're working on, okay? Okay, so let's wrap up this story here. So I gave this story. I have my players who are in a murder, or they're in a Call of Cthulhu game, survival horror game. They said, hey, we want to take this vital piece of information and we want to roll it up and we want to smoke it, and we're not going to share it with the party, and we just want to get high, okay? What a weird question for my players to give me. However, this was a one-shot. This was a one-and-done kind of adventure. So I let those two players do it. And then I killed their players, or their characters, because, well, if you're going to be dumb in a survival horror game, you know, stupid games win stupid prizes. Now, the other 4 players at the table who were engaging with the story, with the mystery, I gave them a different chance to somehow find the incantation, and those 4 players were able to save themselves. And it was a fun time for all of them. The players who wanted to get high got high, and the players who wanted to take the mystery seriously, they also got to solve the mystery. And I had fun killing those 2 players because they were being jerks. So it just shows you one-shots are great, or small campaigns are great, because if you're going to have a chaotic player, you can roll with that. But if we were doing this at a campaign, this is way harder to do on a campaign level. All right, that is the whole slideshow. I do have one more thought that I was really thinking about, and it really goes back to the session 0 and the setting expectations of the game. Realize you can play whatever game you like. There's no wrong way to play D&D, or there's no wrong way to play TTRPGs. However, there is a wrong way to play at specific tables. There are going to be tables that are PG-13, no swearing, no sexual content, nothing, no torture, no spiders, because we have somebody with arachnophobia. You know, there's going to be that kind of game. And there's also going to be the game that's like hard R, anything goes, you know, we can all kill each other. It could be player versus player. It all, and this is the most important thing, I will never say anybody's a bad dungeon master unless they don't let their players know about their style of gameplay before they play. That's why session 0 is so important. Don't ever expose players to rated R content when they weren't willing to jump into that in the first place, okay? Don't expose players to PG content when they wanted to come over and play a rated R kind of game. So make sure you set the expectations before you dive in, and that will help with a lot of the problems that you might encounter. All right, I've been doing a lot of talking. I will now open it up for questions. We can even get very specific. Hey, my players asked for this. We can start dissecting that, or we can get more into the ethics, or we can get more into, I can tell you how I murdered those players who got stupid high. So I am open for questions. Question? Yeah, so the monster, as soon as you look at it, you go insane, and they were super high at the same time, so I had the insanity effects double. So in the end, they ended up, one of them had a gun, and he shot himself in the leg. It was brutal. So, all right.
I find trouble ad-libbing with my DS and going over non-players. Trying to fully put myself into the world when I'm also trying to game as well and be like, what am I trying to learn from them? What do I need to do? How can I do better at getting both those goals, immersing in the world while also trying to
Yeah, great question. So the question was for the live stream. I have a hard time balancing role play and gameplay and thinking mechanically about my game as a player to my Dungeon Master. So how do I improve on that? Okay? Realize there's a lot of styles and a lot of acceptable ways to play D&D. Again, I said there's no wrong way to play. I played with players who do not role play at all. They say, hey, my character wants to try to be friendly to the barman to get a better discount. But they're not going to do a voice. They're not going to do anything like that. They just describe what's going to happen. Okay. And then I let them roll. And I don't really reward super ambitious role play because remember, every time we reward something, it reinforces that. Some people just aren't theater majors. So if you don't feel comfortable doing voices or role playing, that should be okay. And again, it goes back to your values, I guess. If your Dungeon Master really values role play, if they're that theater kid and they want to role play with everything, maybe that Dungeon Master is not the right Dungeon Master for you because you're not the kind of person who wants to role play. You don't want to be out of your bubble that much, and instead you want to focus more on the tactics. Now, there's nothing wrong with improving. I would say if you want to improve role play in your car, just practice your voice and practice that, and so it gets second nature. And then if you can be in your character more and more in the shower, in the car, while you're alone, if you can just inhabit your character more, that'll make it a lot easier for you to role play as a player. And this also is great advice for Dungeon Masters, but you can role play a lot better, and that's going to take less of your brain space because you have to think less about doing the accent and their mannerisms and stuff.
Yeah, can you discuss the pros and cons of having a few number of players and just having a lot, like versus 3 versus 10?
Yo!
What's the difference for them and what's ideal?
So I have been playing D&D. My last game has been just 2 players. Okay, and it's been super fun to play with those people because I can really give them the time for each person to really think and figure things out, and they each feel very pivotal in the game. The more players we add to the table, the more saturated ideas and spotlight time becomes. If I have a 6-player or even an 8-player table, it's harder for me to put a spotlight on every one of those players. And it will require a better friend group overall, which is why I said the hardest part is finding a good group of friends. Look at Critical Role. They have 6 to 8 players every night, okay? However, those people are some of the closest friends you will ever find. They just love spending time with each other. And so they are okay with sharing the spotlight, with interacting with them. Matt Mercer doesn't have to do all the role play because they will role play amongst each other all the time. And so you can have a big group as long as that big group is really synergized with each other. But as soon as you have 1 or 2 people who don't feel like they belong in that group, it gets really hard as the Dungeon Master. It's just a lot more work to put the spotlight on other people, to role play, to engage with those people. So yeah, my heart goes out to you if you're running big groups. I say 1 to 2 people D&D is like some of the best D&D you will ever play. If you ever get the chance to just do 1 or 2 person D&D, it's so fun. But you can still do it, absolutely. But the more people you have, the better friends or the better socially adaptable those people need to be. Great question. Yes?
I have players who are willing to have character death happen, and I love that because I like when people are rolling the dice and everyone's kind of short the table to see what the result is and build that tension. But I have to be able to bring myself to design encounters that will put them in danger because I don't know how to make their character deaths feel meaningful and rewarding when it happens. I feel that when a character dies, I don't know how to not just move on to the next thing. I was wondering if you could share some techniques on how to make a fulfilling character death rather than just well, anyways.
You're dead. Sorry. You failed your 3rd death save. All right, so there's a few options here. Homebrew death mechanics. There's a really cool one where instead, during your 3 death saves, it's more like, if you ever play video games, it's more like PUBG or Fortnite, where instead of you're out unconscious, instead you're bleeding out and your vision's blurry, but you can still crawl a little bit and you can still interact and you can still see things. So that gives your players some choices while they're dying, like, hey, you can try to crawl to cover and hope somebody can come and say, like, you're not going to be able to resurrect yourself because you're bleeding out and you're trying to stop the blood, but like you can do some things. You can try to position yourself better, or maybe you can provide one final distraction. And that's the thing is, like, if we get to that third death save, I'm going to be like, hey, in a moment of glory, you know, as you're bleeding out, you have a choice to try to save yourself or give you an opportunity to do something else. Maybe you fire one more Eldritch Blast in defiance with your middle finger up or something like that. You can use an ability or something on your dying breath, and that's what's going to kill you, but it will help facilitate this story better and give you a more meaningful death. But that's a bit more of a mechanical homebrew kind of thing. I'm going to look into making death more interesting and exciting. Colton, you had a suggestion?
Yeah, I just have a comment on that.
What time?
I would argue, at least from my experience, put it on the players to make their character.
All right, 4:35.
If they put themselves in a situation where their death means nothing, they didn't invest anything in that character.
That's a good point. All right, we got 15 minutes. We got plenty of time for questions. And it doesn't have to be yes or no. We can get. I love talking and doing D&D stuff, so I could keep on going. Yes.
So I got 5 players in my campaign. 3 of them are very good at role playing. 2 of them are very shy since their first campaign.
Okay.
What do you think would be a good way to help entice them to like stick a foot in the door and
On role
put
playing?
themselves out? Yeah.
Okay, good, great question. So we as the dungeon master, we want to encourage more shy people at the table and say, hey, role play is fun, and offer an olive branch. So there's a few things. First off, I said, what did I say? I said I don't reward role play because that is a positive feedback loop, okay? And it will hurt those players who don't role play. They will be like, wow, you know, that hurts. I feel, they'll feel left out. So I don't reward at the start, okay? But what you as the dungeon master can do, there's a few things. First off, you are the cheerleader at your table. You are the one who drives the energy. You are the one who's most passionate at the table. You're the one who's going to cheerlead your players. And so you need to be okay with role playing with those players as well. And even going a bit above and beyond, have a more sillier voice. Maybe dress up, okay? To show these people it's okay to be silly at the table because there's no judgment here. And you can also talk to the players who are doing role play well and be like, hey, don't talk to them at the table, talk to them offline. Hey, you're really good at role play, and I'm trying to get Chris and Jason a bit more comfortable with role play. Can you include their characters into role play? You can absolutely have players also do positive feedback with that. So you can talk to the good players, help them encourage the other players. Say, hey, give them a moment to role play with you and strike up a conversation around the fireplace and try that. If your players are doing that, then it doesn't feel forced at all. You know, if the player asks, hey, what's your backstory, stranger, as you're sitting around the campfire, like, that's a pretty cool thing. The third idea is to give what I call a fair warning. All right, I really want this player to step out and role play, so I'm going to tell them, hey, next session, you're going to have a chance to give a motivational speech to rouse and excite troops for battle. Okay, so I want you to plan ahead, and I'm not going to tell you when, and I'm not going to give you any more details, but you need to give a motivational speech, and that speech will decide if the army is energized and ready to fight, or if they might fail. And if you give them time to prepare and to think about it, they might really surprise you. They might pull out a piece of paper right there, stand up, and give one of the best speeches you've ever heard because they feel comfortable. They had time to prepare. So you've got those 3 things. You can be the cheerleader yourself. You can give them fair warning in advance. Hey, I want you to role play next session. Here's the thing. And then you can get the good players who are doing that to also encourage those players. Once you've got everybody on board, then I say you start doing positive reinforcement where you then start rewarding that kind of stuff. Hey, role play. Since you role played, all right, roll with advantage. But again, be careful that we're not excluding the people who aren't doing that. Great question. Other questions? Yes?
So I had a question when it came to like kind of figuring out the motives of the players. Like how is it kind of like appropriate? Like, is it appropriate to ask them what the motives are? And like how would you do it at the table versus offline?
Yeah, fantastic question. So a huge key component to saying yes or no is finding out their motivation. First off, the longer you know the person, the more you're going to be able to understand their emotion. I grew up with this buddy. Every time we play, I know exactly he's the murder hobo. He's just looking out for himself. That's why I don't play with him much anymore. But I know his motivation, and so I know how he thinks. So that's one thing. You can absolutely ask your players what their motivation is. Hey, why do you want to play Puss in Boots? Well, I think it's a funny character, and it would be really cool to be a swashbuckler cat who drinks milk and is super smarmy. Okay, that doesn't really align with the gritty, realistic world that I'm playing in. However, there are chances to find humor and even be a cool swashbuckler in this world. Like, we'll think of Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, Puss in Boots wouldn't really fit in a Game of Thrones, but there's still chances for fun, comedy, and cool characters in a Game of Thrones setting. So I would absolutely ask them, what's your motivation behind this, especially during character creation? Yeah, ask them, why? What are you thinking about? What are you trying to do? Hey, can I assassinate the king? Why do you want to assassinate the king? Well, if I can assassinate the king, then I'll become king. Well, that's not really how things work around here, okay? That's not how it works. I want to assassinate the king because I'm bored. Oh, okay. Well, I realize this player's just bored, and he's been sitting around, and we've been negotiating with the king for 2 hours. Maybe I need to pick up the pace of the game so I can feed his need for getting into combat. Again, it goes back to like the different types of players. Some of them like combat, some of them like role play. If I'm on one subject too much, my combat player is going to get bored and he's just going to kill the king just because he wants something to happen. So, great question. Does it yeah? Good question.
I've had a lot of ideas for like campaigns, but they hold of like multiple settings.
Okay.
So like multiple areas.
Keep on going.
And unless you have a lot of tiles or you have a digital map, it's hard to like draw around or keep resetting the map. So how can you keep the players from either not leaving the designated map area or not finishing it super quickly within like the time that you're supposed to be playing?
Got it. So here, this is a prep question. Like, I gotta prep maps. That takes me a long time. I gotta, build terrain or draw maps and that kind of stuff. How do I keep my players, like, how do I pace my adventure so they don't just start doing other things? All right, well, first off, as a dungeon master, you'll never be able to control your players. They are going to sometimes jump out the window, and it was like, there's nothing outside that window. It's just void. I never planned anything to be out that window, but okay, I guess we'll have to come up with something. And that's the frustration of so many dungeon masters. Doesn't matter how much prep you do, you will have times where I did not plan for this at all. So there, you can use some quick resources like erasable dry erase maps, tile grids. That's a good way to just get a rough map out. Okay. You can also say, all right, we need to take a 15-minute snack break because I have not loaded that part of the game yet. You jumped out the window. All right, everybody, we need to take a 15-minute break so I can figure out what's going to happen here. That is totally fine. If you, as the dungeon master, feel like you're way over the head, just be like, hey, you guys, we're gonna call it tonight because you weren't supposed to kill the king. You killed the king, and I think that's a really cool idea. Like, this is actually really interesting. But now I got to plan out the entire castle and how you guys might possibly escape. So you can call a session early. You can say, hey, I need 15 minutes to prep. You can use quick, easy tools like a dry erase map and that kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, your players should appreciate the work you do because you're there to facilitate them having fun. Like, you're doing so much work. So if you make an entire 3D diorama and it looks amazing, like if I work so hard on doing a dungeon, okay, if your players are like, nah, we're gonna skip that dungeon, that hurts my soul, players. Like, you hurt my feelings. Look at this, I 3D printed everything. So, all right, I guess that's what we want to do, but we're gonna call it today because I need to come up with something else. Or you can even be completely honest with your players and you guys, look, there's some really cool stuff in this dungeon. There's a really cool boss fight. I made this whole dungeon for you guys. Let's maybe not skip it for my sanity. All right? You can absolutely talk to your players like that too. Be like, hey, don't jump out that window, okay? Let's come up with another way to get you out of the situation, but I didn't plan anything. Trust me, stay in the room. So you can absolutely, a lot of dungeon masters want to have like the magic curtain, the facade about everything, and they never want to like let their players know what they're thinking. I'm okay with telling my players a little bit about what I'm actually thinking so they understand kind of what's going on. Hey, I didn't really plan this far yet, so let's take a break. And your players should be able to understand, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. You know, because they trust you. Hopefully they do. Great question. All right, well, we'll go Ben here, and then we'll go there.
I'm a new DM. I've got a player, an evil character, or the antagonist. As long as my other players are fine with it, how would I best go about it?
So you've got one player who wants to play evil antagonist. If the other player's okay with that, how do you do that? Honestly, what I would do is I wouldn't have that player at the table with us most of the time. I would instead, and I've done this quite a few times, what I do is I have somebody else play the villains in my big campaigns, somebody who I trust, and then I message them. I'm like, hey, the players just saved the princess. What does the villain want to do to counter that? And then he'll text me back a few minutes later and be like, well, how about we go, since they saved the princess, how about we slaughter the whole kingdom? Because the heroes are away and they left the kingdom. And so now I'm going to come in and take out the whole kingdom. And so I like to actually give my villains to somebody else who's not me, the control of that villain, because they can come up with something I never thought of. So that's a really cool idea. And then when it's boss fight time, yeah, have them come out. I'm the bad guy, and then they can fight them at the table. And then otherwise, maybe they could be playing a double agent at the table. Somebody who's not the main villain, but they're secretly feeding information to the villain. And then they reveal halfway through, I am the bad guy, and then they kill him, and then, all right, but you'll see the final boss, me, in 2 months. So yeah, that's how I would do it. It's hard to have a villain playing at the table at all times because either the villain is going to get the spotlight or the entire other table is going to get the spotlight, and then the villain won't be doing anything at all. So I honestly wouldn't have them sit at the table unless they're actually physically in-game engaging with each other. Great question. Over here. Yeah.
That story is key. What are some tips you think on one, creating your own world, but then taking these pre-made images and inserting some things to look for, so it always feels like it's part of the same story, even though you're drawing from multiple resources.
Are you asking how to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, you've got the right idea. Like it's called plagiarism, and I love it. Like, so yeah, you come up with your own world. So this is how I like to think of the stuff that I'm planning for my players. I think about video games. If you guys know video games, what happens is if you see a castle in a far off distance, it's just a picture of the castle. The video game, to save resources, does not render out the whole castle. And so you don't have to come up with everything in your entire world at all. And in fact, you'll kill yourself DM prepping if you try to plan everything out. So instead, just plan around what your characters are doing, and then as they get closer to things, then you render that out a bit more. And for you, I would say keep on reading books, keep on watching TV shows, Audible, YouTube, just absorb as much media as possible. And what happens is you start absorbing so much media, you're going to start blending this idea from Lord of the Rings and this idea from Game of Thrones, and it now is your unique idea because nobody has really done these things in this way, okay? And so you can have, it will be your own thing. And so the best way to do that is just keep on consuming content. However, books, media, television shows, that gives you ideas, and you can then start putting that into your worlds. A great way to keep it from your players ever figuring out how is take something like a sci-fi theme and slap it into a fantasy world. And they're like, wait a minute, this was Star Wars? They will have no idea because the setting, the backdrop around, it's completely different. It's not Darth Vader, it's the Dark One, and you can absolutely have a really cool story, and your players won't understand at all that, no, it's just Star Wars. And so, yeah, just consume media and plagiarize the crap out of it. Your players will love it, and you will love it too because you can sneak in references to your favorite pieces of media. And boy, when a player gets something like that, when they're like, wait a minute, that is such a cool moment. You're like, all right, this is why we're friends, all right? We're developing, we have this 3D printed tavern over here. It's called The In Between, and we're basing a one-shot adventure off of the Eagles Hotel California. And so we will have some of the Inn members say the words from the song. And so if somebody at the table is like, wait a minute, and they recognize that, I'll give them a high five because it's like, all right, you got it, yes, and then we'll keep on playing it, and it'll be a really fun adventure. So, yeah, we're basing off an adventure off of Hotel California. That's plagiarism, but it's amazing. It's actually not because I'm taking a song and I'm putting it into a D&D adventure, and that's going to be completely unique. That's really cool. That's something that I came, well, anyway. Other questions? Yes? Rules lawyer. Okay, so rules lawyers, fantastic. We need to talk to the rules lawyer once we've identified the problem, okay? You'll pick out a rules lawyer pretty quick. We'll talk to them offline, individually. Hey, I'm a newer dungeon master. I don't know all the mechanics of spells and how they work, okay? I appreciate that you do know because you put in the time and the knowledge. I don't want to take that away from you. That's amazing. And I will even use you as a resource sometimes. If you have a rules lawyer, you can be like, hey, how many D8s does Fireball do again? So you can harness that rules lawyer and refer to them. But you also remind them, as the dungeon master, my rulings are the ones we are going off of, okay? While I appreciate your input and your knowledge, do we have the rules lawyer here? Is that what we're saying? I, as the dungeon master, I'm the facilitator of the story. I appreciate what you have, but we need to defer to me, and my saying is the final saying. Now, I will ask you not to interrupt or actually me at the table. I will ask you not to do that, and instead, after the game, come up and tell me what I got wrong. Okay, if you can tell me after the game what I got wrong, then I will learn as a dungeon master, and I can recognize you as a good person who knows the rules, but we're not going to dethrone my authority at the table, and we're not going to cause a lot of arguing at the table when really we're just here to have fun and play. All right, I'm going to real quick check the time. I will say there's a few resources. What time? 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes. Okay, so there's a few resources. First off, at the front, we are giving away dice tray, dice bag, and we're also printing out Adventures, Save the Cat. This is an adventure I wrote, a very simple adventure. If you know the writing term, your hero saves the cat, it's an inside writer's joke. It seems to your players like a boring quest. We have to go save a cat that's in a tree. The grandma asked us to save a cat. And it turns out, it turns everything on its head. Instead of it being a cat, it's a displacer kitten. And instead of it being a tree, it's an alive, elven, whomping willow kind of style tree. And so it's just super chaotic. It's a lot harder than your players would give it credit for. And you have a sweet old grandma in it. So it's a really fun adventure. So we're printing here. I also have a programmer in here who's working on a cool new way to track initiative. He's got a program in here so we can go check them out as well. So we're going to have a 15-minute break. And then at 5 o'clock, we're going to get to our next speaker. And thank you for everyone who has come. I really appreciate it. You don't have to stick around for all 4 hours. There's going to be a lot going on. Feel free to leave, come in, grab food, do whatever you want. Go check out those other things. Make sure you get your freebies. I appreciate ya. Thank you. Yeah. First one down. 3 more to go.
Up top.
Whew.
Not easy. Not easy.
No, it's not. All right, I'm going to get the PowerPoint set up.
Do you mind if I'll just sit?
Yeah,
here?
that's why the chest is here. You have power right here to turn on and off the microphone. Let me get the camera settled down on you. Perfect.
Hi.
Hello. It's good to see you.
D&D camp.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. And now you're here for, wait, that means you're choosing to listen to me for a second time?
For a little bit.
You're crazy.
15, but that would be my boss.
You're crazy. All right, you're going to pin this to your shirt. It's
Hang
got
on,
a
let me
magnetic-
put this down.
Oh,
I'm gonna clean out my pockets.
Sure. I'm going to put it right there.
Then I am going to
theater, and I loved being in plays. And D&D has that magic, that power of doing something with your friends and telling a story that really can change people's hearts. And so even if I'm writing books, even if I never write another Dead Wars, I am never going to let go of D&D. It is absolutely brilliant. So today, I want to help you guys with something that I've put a lot of thought into, and that is how to elevate our DMing abilities and our experience for our players. DMing can be really tough. There's a billion videos online about how to do it, and it turns out everybody just has their own style. And that is frustrating. It can be really, really frustrating because you see Matt Mercer do things one way and Brennan Lee Mulligan do things another way, and finding your groove can be tough. And so the way that I've approached this is I want to break down Dungeons & Dragons into its core components, analyze those, and then build back up to where we are individually with D&D and how we can improve things as ourselves, right? Not as any of those influencer guys, but as us. So we're not going to talk about D&D for a bit. We're going to talk about rituals. And when D&D first released, there was a panic, a satanic panic, because they were worried that this was some pseudo-religious demonology. And we're not going to talk about any of that. You can find plenty of that somewhere else. But rituals are things that we participate in all the time. Rituals are, the definition I'm using here, is a habit that reinforces our purpose and points towards meaning. That might sound pretty vague, and it is. Religion is pretty vague. And so we are able to use these terms because they apply to everything that we do. Rituals can be all kinds of things. And D&D is the perfect cross-section of rituals and play, right? A medium by which we explore meaning through recreation. So rituals could be anything, right? And rituals can be anything. Right? They can be sports games, they can be prayers, they can be going to get your nails did. But rituals have core aspects that we need to understand that are kind of the way that we are going to be using them. And that is sensory, right? Things that we do in the physical realm. The gateway aspects of ritual, which are things that we interact with, items and behaviors and activities that we do that are, yes, here in the real world, but they are kind of the things that we do that connect us to the ethereal. And then the meaning aspect of rituals. The meaning in rituals are the things that are, they're not real, okay? Like money isn't real, okay? It's something that we all agreed is real, right? But if the economy died tomorrow, the green bills in our pockets wouldn't mean anything. So I have here sensory is kind of passive experiences, right? It's the environment. Here, this is a great example. We Geek Together is an incredible example of setting up good sensory experiences, right? The vibe here is incredible, right? This is good. This is a good example of that. Gateway activities are things like rolling dice, and meaning and ethereal things are kind of the story that we're telling. So let's talk about some rituals. I'm going to talk about three in particular, which are going to the theater, going to a bar, and going into the office. Here, the vibe is so important, right? We all know that the vibe is important. If a theater doesn't look right, the movie doesn't feel right. If someone's talking too much during a movie, it doesn't feel right. And so capturing this, the smell and the lighting and the sound, just overwhelming the senses with this experience. That is the sensory. That is the passive experience that we're having. Gateway items and gateway activities are iconic. These things are amazing, right? These are movie tickets. I've saved so many movie tickets because they carry the memory of that movie with me, and they carry the memory of that day with me. If you go to a bar, they have special glasses and special names for drinks for everything, right? It's inviting you, the participant, into this world, to be a part of this world. And even going into the office, we have our company laptops and our company items, and they are the way that we interact with money and interact with, these non-real, the stock prices. Those aren't real. They don't exist. Okay, but they are. This is the way that we interact with them. And these ethereal things, meaning this is the reason we do it. Right? Yes, we get the movie ticket. Yes, we get the popcorn. Yes, we order the nice drink and it comes in a fun glass and we have a great time with our friends. But Having a great time with the friends is the whole point. We could just hang out at home and drink water, but we don't. We go out and we get a fun mocktail, and then we laugh about how it's called the cock and bull, right? That's hilarious. And we get this environment, and the things that we use in that environment create meaning. It gives us a purpose to be doing what we're doing. Just like I have the money's not real. But when we do that, it's a purpose that we participate for. It is that higher meaning. And of course, we have people crying at the movies. That one's really important. That one's super, super important because that's what we're going for as DMs, right? Make the kids cry. I did that once. I'm still really proud of that. So, right, this presentation is about Dungeons & Dragons. Where do we go from here? All right, we talked a lot about getting drinks and going to the movies. Well, the sensory experience of Dungeons & Dragons is it's a big deal, right? If you watch any professional game, they've got lighting, they've got music, they've got like sets that just look fantasy related, right? The gateway items of dice. Dice are just shapes with numbers on them. Okay, they're not special, but dice are our gateway into this world, right? When we roll a dice, that meaningful thing that doesn't exist, right? The heroes fighting the villains, it becomes real, right? These dice are the gateway into the fantasy. So D&D is a ritual, right? It's a ritual just as much as anything else, right? It's taking the sacrament, right? Those activities and those things that we do point our thoughts toward a shared thing, right? A shared, ethereal, impossible thing. So, how have we already done this in Dungeons & Dragons? We're not the first people to do it. It's the 50th year anniversary. Plenty of people have done it, and they've done it better than us. So what have they done to enhance these ritualistic experiences in D&D? I could read them all off, but you guys can read. The things they have under sensory are just the 5 senses. Lights, sound. I have like scented candles there, right? Like if you're on the beach, you can just get a scented candle that smells like the beach. Boom, that's immersive. Like that's fun, that's cool. That's a way that other people have already enhanced the DMing experience. Gateway dice, or gateway experiences. Where is it? Here we go. Buy your players special D20s. Right? This is a Dire D20 from Critical Dice. It's the guys who you have dice from, actually. Everyone got handed dice today. These guys make incredible dice. I have some of my own. They are amazing. Get your players some dice, right? If you get them a dice and say, hey, this is a legendary weapon, and every time you use the legendary weapon, you have to roll the D20. That makes them feel like they have the sword in their hand, even though they don't. It's just a shape with numbers on it. But this is something that we already have access to that enhances that experience. Dice towers, custom character sheets, miniatures, maps, dioramas. These gateway experiences are very, very well trodden. Actually, I brought the Essentials kit that D&D has. This is an amazing example of good gateway things, right? They have maps, and they've got these cards that they have with all the different effects on them, right? You're paralyzed, you're asleep, whatever. They've got it all on there. If you have a magic item that you can physically hand the players with a little picture on it that says, hey, here is your flame tongue longsword, they will hang on to that forever, right? That is their flame tongue longsword. I still have like letters that have been like sealed with wax made by my DM because I feel like that was my call to adventure. Even though they just like sent me a text and they're like, hey, you want to start a campaign? And I did. I showed up and it was great, but that letter is symbolic of that moment for me. Meaning. Meaning is the stuff that a lot of people want to talk about when they want to say how to be a better DM, right? They want to talk about how to homebrew, how to invite your players in more. The how do you want to do this is a legendary line by Matt Mercer, because he is inviting his players in to participate in that fantasy, to have the meaning placed directly in their hands so that they can bring it crashing down onto someone's head and it goes kersplat, right? That is powerful for players. Deliberate storytelling, make choices matter. When players make a choice, they don't think it's important, but they're just kind of like, yeah, sure, I'll kill the barkeeper. Make that decision matter. That barkeeper's son is about to go on a vengeance quest, and you are his target. So, Where do we go from here? This is DJ Khaled, Suffering from Success. Incredible album. That's us. We're suffering from success. We have 50 years of amazing DMs and creators that we have the luxury of having at our fingertips, right? Their resources are our resources. And like 90% of it's free. Where do we go? What do we do now that we understand rituals, we understand the ritualistic aspects of Dungeons & Dragons, and we understand that this crap has been done? Cross-discipline rituals. Rituals exist everywhere, like we already touched on. How do we take rituals from other things and include them in Dungeons & Dragons to heighten the experience? I've chosen 3 things that I like, outing myself for a lot of things, right? Anime, theater, and video games. These are things that I am very passionate about. And these are rituals that are in these things that we can take and bring into Dungeons & Dragons. I like the anime ones a lot. The anime ones are a lot of fun. Start and close every session with the same songs. Have an opening theme song, right? I do that. I did Waterdeep Dragon Heist, where you own a bar, and I played Closing Time at the end of every session. And that was a lot of fun. I had a good time doing that. Player characters have special attacks that they use with catchphrases, right? Give them that. Give the players the moment to say, like, Hellfire Strike, right? That makes them look very silly, first of all, which is great for us, but it gives them that power. Let the power of friendship matter, right? Give them advantage because they've made friends with someone, all right? That's cool. That is cool. Theater. Theater is a very, very vast medium, and it's one that, it's existed for hundreds of years. Give players props, right? If they get hurt, give them some gauze to bandage themselves up with, to remind themselves how hurt they are. Have props or fake blood that you can splatter on them, right? That's fun. Set dress the room. We already kind of talked about that, but if you're having a ball, make it look like a ball, right? If you're going to the beach, make it look like a beach. So there are things that you can do to make the sensory experience amazing. I like the invite players to make in-universe props. When I wrote that down, the first thought I had was it would be hilarious if you actually just made Valentine's cards, right, for each other, right? You made Valentine's cards and passed them around in character. That's fun. And that gives the players, once again, a physical thing that they can carry with them. And I also thought it'd be funny if the orcs were writing them, right? If orcs like, oh, I love you more than Axe. I think that's great. Video games. This one is great. In video games, there are like completionist things that you can do. You can 100% a game. Yeah, I'm seeing some fingers over here. Yeah. I love 100%ing a game. It feels good. Give the players a list of things to do throughout the campaign. Give them like, hey, like collect these items, do this much damage. The players will then be invested in the game to do those things, as silly as they may be. They will make suboptimal narrative and mechanical choices because they are determined to save X amount of children, right? They are going to do it. I didn't write this down. But you can also have like a list of kind of achievements in between the players, right? So maybe you have a player who deals the most damage throughout the campaign. That's a lot to keep track of. But if you do keep track of it, ending the campaign with you went down the most, you dealt the most damage, you saved the most children, that matters. That really, really matters. Ooh, what's this? What am I looking at? Other ideas here. Mini games, right? Come up with games that don't include any of the ability checks, right? Come up with fun little dice games. Everyone loves their dice. Let them roll them. Letters from NPCs after the campaign is over. This is special, right? One of my favorite games ever, Earthbound, lets you re-explore the world that you've already played in and talk to people after the adventure, so you can see what the effects of your actions have done to the world. So when the campaign is over, have some letters from the people that matter to the players that they can hold on to, because those letters don't mean a thing once the story is over. The fantasy is ended, but they will always hold on to that letter because it meant something to them. It means that the fantasy exists as long as they hang on to it. That story will exist in their hearts as long as that letter exists. And also capsule machine rewards. You can't bring up video games without talking about microtransactions. We were gonna It was going to happen. I see a capsule machine right over here in the corner. But like, do that. Have some kind of currency that the players can earn, so that they can spend on in real life things, little knickknacks and bitbobs. So, this is my last kind of slide here. These are all things that we can do as Dungeon Masters. What are things our players can do? This is a big risk, right? Dungeons and Dragons puts the primary storytelling tools in the hands of the Dungeon Master. If you feel comfortable talking with or letting your players do things, let's get them involved. Let's make them as involved in building this world as we are. And assign different players different snacks. Hey, we're going to the beach, bring beach snacks. Hey, we're going to be fighting in a castle, bring rations. I had a big campaign finale where I got the D&D cookbook, and I made a massive meal because they were having a hero's feast right before the big fight with Tiamat. And it was fun. It felt good. It felt good to know that we were eating the food that our players were eating. Have players bring the scented candles. Gateway, have players design in-universe flags, outfits, or incantations, right? Let them bring kind of some some models, right, from like Pinterest. You can just look up male character model, right, and let them draw on those things to make them feel like they are designing their character, really designing them. This one's my favorite. Invite players to use their real-world hobbies to enhance the experience. If you see there, I have some crocheted flails. Right? That's pretty cheap. You can buy that online pretty easily. But if they are crocheters, right, invite them to make that weapon. Invite them to make the animal companions that they are going to have on their journey. Or just buy them a stuffed animal of the animal companion. And then when the animal dies, cut open their gut in front of them. That means something. I'm kidding, don't do that. Like I said earlier, keeping track of stats. If you've got an accountant friend, stick them on a spreadsheet. That's where they're at home. Have them with different sheets open for all the different players and their stats, right? They will feel engaged. They will not miss a moment of that campaign because they are going to want to know who went down the most. Meaning, we've already kind of talked about this. The how do you want to do this is iconic, but letting the players build the world is a scary thing to do, but we should do it. Invite them to homebrew monsters. Say, hey, you have a backstory with the scary monster. Here's a website where you can make a stat block. Send me the stat block of this monster that you're going to be fighting. That's terrifying, really terrifying. But when they see that monster, I mean, they're going to wet themselves. It's going to be awesome. They're going to feel like I did that. There it is. It's in the world. It's not real. It's not real. But they feel like they made that exist. Invite them to build in-universe home and design it. The new edition of Dungeons & Dragons does have rules for this, for Bastions. And I'm very excited for that. I'm going to have my maps built, and I'm going to show them what their house looks like and show them where they can build stuff. I'm going to make it look like a video game and everything. It'll be great. And encourage players to make the big decisions. When someone is going to die, if a named NPC is going to die, let the players do it. Or let the players decide not to save them, right? Give the players ownership of that story. Because when they have ownership, all these things do is you invite them into the world, and then you give them ownership of that world. Because when they feel like they own it, then you own them. No, they will never let go of that campaign. They will always have it in their hearts, and they will wait every single week for an opportunity to participate again. So thank you for playing D&D. This is an amazing collaborative medium in which we can change each other's lives, in which we can tell amazing stories, and in which we can exist in a fantasy, exist somewhere that doesn't exist for a little bit. We can play with the things that mean the most to us, and we can make it matter. So, I don't know how much time I have. How much time do I have?
You are at 5:22.
All right, so I've got time for questions. I blazed through that. So, first of all, I'd love to hear any kind of thing that you guys have done like this, because I'd love to steal that idea. But any other questions that you guys have, and about play, and about how D&D is the synthesis of those things? Hemi.
As far as recently did for my 5-man group is our paladin got teleported back to Chult, separate from Baldur's Gate.
Uh-oh.
And so what I had him do is we had a heyday, so I threw a bunch of my mini dice on his dice tray and allowed him to roll a d20. If he got a 15 or a higher, he killed each undead that was surrounding him. And that was his mini game while everyone else was doing the main campaign.
That's fantastic. That's really cool because in a way you kind of turned the montage of this guy being a total bad A, right? Like you turned that montage into something fun and exciting and something kind of out of his control, right? His character building had nothing to do with whether or not he survived. It all came down to those dice. That's exciting. That's fantastic. Thanks. Other ideas, other stories. Hey, hey, come and speak into the mic. Yeah, come here. Please. Yeah.
I'll be the runner.
There we go.
So most of the games I either run, I usually run like one-shot dual campaigns. We were all like online, and I want to know more like how you immerse things like through, like online, like Zoom or something like that. Like how would you immerse more per se?
All right, I'm not running anymore.
That's all right. That's a fantastic question. I also have done a lot of sessions on over Zoom. Do you use kind of like a digital map maker, Dungeon Draft, Incarnate kind of a thing? Okay, I would recommend Dungeon Draft as a map builder. It's a one-time purchase. I know that buying stuff sucks. I get it. I do. But Dungeon Draft is easily the best map maker out there, period. I will fight Incarnate stands every day because Dungeon Draft is fantastic. I then use Owlbear Rodeo so that the players can see that. Owlbear Rodeo is a fantastic, just browser-based kind of tool so that everyone can watch, everyone can jump in and into a server, and they can move their tokens around on the screen of Owlbear Rodeo. And that is how I kind of tried to create a more immersive experience. Because you're right, over Zoom, you can't hand them a cool new dice, right? You can't use a scented candle. I mean, you could mail them scented candles, but we're getting weird. And so using those online tools gives them that visual to experience. Another thing that I thought of doing was making playlists. Making playlists and giving either, if you can play it online through Zoom, or giving the players the playlists to listen to through the week. To be like, hey, you've met this character, here's a playlist that kind of describes them, right? Giving them things to do during the week is nice. And if you do feel so inclined to send them, a little crocheted something, like, hey, here's a little animal companion, that is gonna blow their minds too. But I prefer to use those digital tools so that they have a visual to experience.
One of the things that my DM did one time that I thought was very awesome is he made and a fight song. And so
For their character?
And so when we were just kind of hanging out in town, if you pick one of our ambient songs.
Yeah.
When somebody was absolutely owning it on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And then somebody else went up, and does 70 damage because they were engulfed and did lightning cans. So part of monster.
Right.
Yeah, then the music would change because they were back.
I'm gonna repeat that for the stream because that's fantastic. What he said was that his DM had them select ambient songs or ambient. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's French. I don't care about the French. And the ambient songs and then fight songs. And the fight song is their theme song. It's like an anime theme song, which is awesome. And so every time someone was killing it, that theme song comes on. My DM didn't do this on purpose. I had a Storm Barbarian, and every time my Storm Barbarian went into just an absolute frenzy and started murdering things left and right, he would play Thunderstruck. But but he didn't want to play a song with too much he didn't want us to be singing along too much, so he played a bluegrass version of Thunderstruck because my character was a bit of a hick. And so let me tell you, when that song came on, I got fired up. That's a great idea. That's a fantastic idea. Here again, yeah. No, that's fine.
So I was listening to the podcast Dungeons and Dax. I believe you were on that.
Yeah, I was.
This is a question kind of for both of you guys. When it came down to like game day for, oh my gosh, I just spaced the name.
Dead Wars.
Dead Wars, yeah. How like stressed were you guys?
This is a question about Dead Wars. On game day of Dead Wars 1 or Dead Wars 2? Dead Wars 1. I had been up until 2 a.m. putting finishing touches on things. I had been setting up tables and chairs until about 10, and then I'd stayed up 4 hours later putting finishing touches on packets. And so morning of, I was dehydrated, underslept, paranoid, and angry at everyone. But I got some food in me. I felt a lot better. I spent the entire day running around. I spent the entire day at full speed, just back and forth across the mall. I had made a mistake with the spreadsheet that ran the whole thing. I had put the wrong name of one of the acts into the spreadsheet. It was entirely my fault. And thankfully, the adventure had been written clear enough that the Dungeon Masters were able to fix it. But when that moment happened, something snapped in me. I felt like I had spent months building this incredible experience for all these players, and that I had failed them. And then the DMs made it work out, and the generals made it work out, and I was like, oh, I need to chill out. But it was, and literally anything at all made me just like start to spiral. It was a lot. If you see pictures, the picture that I have, if it's okay, Andy, if I get back to the top of the, you got me? Thanks, yeah, I can't see anything. Yeah, that top one there. You can see me right there in the middle, shouting with my hands up. That was a primal roar. The stress, I've never felt so stressed, and in the success of the Dead Wars, I had never felt so relieved. In my whole life, it was a high. It was a real, true high to feel that victory. I play a lot of Dark Souls, and in Dark Souls, yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. When you are grinding against a boss that you just cannot beat, and you flip on Thunderstruck and you pull it off, when you're able to finally make it work, that victory, that true feeling of success, it was that times 100. I have never been able to replicate that feeling on the day of the Dead Wars. Truly spectacular, because the stress was so darn high. Holy cow.
Millennia was strong that day.
Yes. Just saying that gives me flashbacks, man. Please.
So, I myself enjoy.
Yeah.
And I have gifted a few miniatures to people that I've played with and to my younger siblings. So, like going back to like the hobbies, if you enjoy a hobby, make something for that person's character and give that to them.
Yeah, for the stream, he enjoys painting miniatures, and so he paints specific miniatures for his players and for his family. Could you tell me, what is it, how do they react? How do they treat those things that you've given them?
They are oftentimes just impressed with the amount of detail that I put into it.
Heck yeah.
And as far as I'm aware, they're all still holding on to them.
Yeah?
They're afraid
Oh, really? They're afraid to use them?
the younger siblings.
No. Wow. They're kind of like relics. Like they're kind of just this like symbol. Yeah, that's amazing. I just got back from a paint night, or a paint day, I guess, with my brothers here, and it is special. It feels special to be like, this one's you, right? Like that's great. I've been gifted miniatures of characters from the Dead Wars. Characters I wrote, characters that I helped design, and they mean the world to me. They really, really do. And so good on you, man. Honestly, it takes a lot of patience to get good at. I'm still trash. I'm so trash. I can't even do slap chop, dude. Yeah, it's all part of the game. All part of the fun. Please.
What's something as a player that you do to sort of take the stress off of the DM?
Ooh.
They're struggling to make sure that the setup doesn't bother them. it totally didn't need what I did.
So the question was, as a player, how do I help things move more smoothly for the Dungeon Master? How do I help take that stress off of their shoulders? Speaking for myself, I don't know if the other DMs, I don't know if I'm going to get nods or head shakes from this, but for me, just knowing that the player is engaged, right? You're not on your phone, you're ready with your action when the action comes around. Oh my gosh, the most beautiful feeling in the whole world is when players start role-playing between each other without an NPC present, and they just start a scene and they just go, right? Like that is just, oh yeah. I get to sit back, I can like reevaluate where we are, I can take a moment to kind of like do stuff, or as a Dungeon Master, I can see what they're saying and I can build off it myself, because I have control of the world. Things can happen. I can have someone walk past and make a snide remark, right? And like that is, when the player is as engaged as possible, that like it feels like scissors on wrapping paper, right? You know what I'm talking about, that shh, that is what we want, that is what we love. Maybe even going in and like with like what I've talked about here, and volunteering to participate in some of these things, saying like, hey, I know that we're going to this place. Do you want me to like scented candle, Spotify playlist? Want me to get some dice for this thing? Do you want me to print out magic items? Like, do you want 9 monsters? Like, volunteering is like Dungeon Masters feel like they have to put the whole world on their shoulders, because they do. They actually do. Like, they have to carry all of that, and just knowing that someone else is there to listen and to help, that it feels good, man. Good. You in the back of the beard.
So how do you manage expectations if you bring all of this ritual stuff to the session, and then over time it just becomes too much? But the expectation is that it's set already that where the candles, where the snacks, where the plates, grandiose stuff. How do you talk to your players about saying basically, I don't want to do that anymore, or I don't want that?
Well, there's 2 ways to do that. First of all, you can specifically plan some of this stuff for big sessions, right? That way, the week-to-week session isn't a massive hassle, right? We keep bringing up candles because it's an easy one to talk about, right? But going out to Bath & Body Works and buying a new candle for every place you go to is going to be a lot, right? You're going to have a lot of candles. And so, but maybe planning it specifically for those big moments, those big climactic moments. That way the players are kind of signaled, right? That they are about to get into some real crap, right? That's one way to do it. Another way to do it, it's kind of like what I was saying earlier, is inviting those players to participate in that. The same way that we invite players to bring snacks, right? All the players know that if one person isn't assigned to bring snacks, we're not eating, right? Inviting them to participate with the lighting or the music, or I like assigning the music to the bard. If the bard, if the bard is if they have good taste in music, that's important. But if there's a bard in the group, let them choose the music. I mean, maybe like, you know, let them know like, okay, maybe this is the wrong moment for Thunderstruck, right? Like this isn't a great moment for that. But giving them the opportunity to participate helps them understand that if you're not in the mood and no one else is picking up the slack, it's not going to happen. Love the beard, by the way. That was fantastic. I can't grow a beard, and so I love to see good ones. Oh, really? It came in great. Cool. Thank you. Resources for getting better at improv. So are you familiar with Comedy Sports or Whose Line Is It Anyway? Okay. Both of those. So Comedy Sports is a kind of, it's improv, it's live theater improv comedy. I know there's one on Center Street in Provo, and they perform every Friday, and they play improv games, right? They get up and audience members, they will shout out suggestions, and like they'll say like German traffic jam, and then they have to act that out. Those guys are pros. Those guys are pros. They're very, very good at it, and that is something where you can watch and you can kind of figure things out. The other thing that you can do without having to spend money is watch Whose Line Is It Anyway, which is Comedy Sports, but they had like a handful of improv artists do it for tons of years. It's hilarious. Highly recommend. But when you do that, when you get good at, when you understand, when you watch kind of the flow of improvisation, eventually those creative juices and those wheels and muscles in your mind will get worked. And so that's what helped me when I was first starting out. After that, I did start Googling stuff. I did start Googling, YouTube, I started YouTube videos for improv, so that I could get better at it. But some people I know are not great improvisers. Some people they like to sit down and plan it all out, and they like to think things through. So planning out like one-liners for your character is great. I've got a buddy who's actually here right now. John, raise your hand. John, what's up? John and I have characters in our current campaign where we have like a little in-joke where I haven't written a backstory for my character really. So if he ever says, oh, do you remember that one time where you did this? I have to say yes, and I have to go along with it, right? And he has put me in corners. So that's what's helped me.
How would you suggest, so if you're talking about D&D as a ritual, ideally in most rituals, especially ritual magic, everybody has the same intent, right? But some players are min-maxers, not pointing fingers, or dramatic and theatrical.
Right.
And some people are just like, hi, I'm new, I heard I can hit things with a sword, right?
Right. Oh.
How do you manage that? How do you suggest managing?
Right, that's a fantastic question. For the stream, he said the players have different expectations. So if rituals are for a singular purpose, then how do you manage the many expectations of D&D players, min-maxers, role players, newbies, mother-in-laws who want to make sure you're not worshiping demons? It happens. That is, I like doing that in session 0. I really like having a session 0. I sit down, I have an entire day before we even start the campaign where we show off the setting. We don't necessarily talk about the villain, if there's secrets that I want to reveal to the player, I don't talk about that. But revealing kind of the themes and what kind of conflicts they're going to be up against, what kind of monsters they're going to be up against, what kind of tone there's going to be. D&D, like I said, is kind of a collaborative theater project, right? However, if one person studied Romeo and Juliet and one person studied Macbeth, you're getting different stories, right? So having a table read, right? Having everyone sit down and say, we're going to be doing Romeo and Juliet, that sets an expectation, and that, or at least sets a baseline. Because look, I'm a min-maxer, man. I love min-maxing. It feels good. I love it. I love Barbarian. Barbarian's easily my favorite class. I love just dumping damage on monsters. But I understand that other players have different priorities. And so that session 0 and that pitch session is really important for me so that I let other players know, look, I'm not writing a backstory. I am crushing monsters, right? It's important. It's a great question. We're coming back over here for a second.
Okay, sorry, one more time.
All good, all good.
When it comes to ritual, what would you say is your favorite ritual that you've seen help players get more involved?
What a fantastic question. That is such a good question that I have an answer for. And I'll answer that question when I have finished this sentence. I'm not stalling. The question he said is, what's my favorite ritual that I've seen? Tracy Hickman is the writer of the Dragonlance novels, creator of Curse of Strahd, legend, absolute legend. He used to stream his home games a while ago, before he got really started on the Kickstarter that he's in right now. But what he would do at the beginning of every one of his sessions is he would bring fortune cookies. And everyone would break open their fortune cookie at the beginning of the session. And if you could apply your fortune cookie during the session, then you got an instant nat 20, right? And it was great because people would really try to make those fortunes work. But it was fascinating. It was really cool to watch. I don't even know where to buy fortune cookies, but it's something that I've always wanted to implement. I think it's a really, really cool idea because it's, once again, physical gateway thing that moves everyone towards that meaning, right? So and of course you get to eat it, which is sensory. So it's the whole experience. Emmy.
So, kind of as an addendum to the previous question,
Oh, sure, yeah, about min-maxing and expectations.
do a session reset.
Oh, interesting.
That in the middle of the I'm player, or this person is wanting to seduce the barmaid and the dragon and the house. And the person wants to
You're playing with the wrong people, man.
and this person wants to go off and be the hero, and this person wants to be the villain.
That's. You should be up here giving the lesson, man. That's a fantastic point. That's really good. Sure.
Are you enjoying the story? Is this going too far one way, too far the next? And toning everybody back.
Absolutely. Yeah. Horror and comedy are only different because of soundtracks, right? That's it. That's the only difference. That's a fantastic point, which I'm going to repeat now for the stream, which is have a session re-zero, right? Midway through the campaign, if things are getting off track, re-establish expectations. I totally agree. That's really important. I like to do things a little more, I'm a little more hands-on with that. If there are some crossed wires with expectations, I like to just kill a character. It doesn't have to be a player character. Doesn't have to be. But I like to be like, hey, just remember, there's a real threat out there. You guys need to join forces, power of friendship. Get out there. Or you want to seduce a barmaid. Great. That's actually a minor deity. You never had a shot. You are now cursed, right? Like, improvisation, kind of what we were talking about before.
So in trying to make the game more immersive, do you have any ideas for things that GM should possibly be cautious of?
Things to be cautious of as a DM in terms of immersion. Yes, going way too far. That is actually like, I think that all things in moderation, right? There's a sweet spot for everything. And I think that with immersion, there is sometimes the tendency to over-execute and to bore our players. Because we do want to create an experience where they feel like they're part of the world. We want them to say Krenduith. We want them to say Deldrach. We want them to say the setting's names, darn it. But we don't want to spend 30 minutes on the breed of wheat that grows in the town that they're in, right? We want, once again, everything that we're doing is in service of that meaning. And that meaning for us is having fun and telling a fun story and creating a fantasy together. And so if anything that we're doing is distracting or is too much for that purpose, we have overshot the goal, right? We have actually ended up ruining the fantasy that we were trying to create. So I do recommend world building, very important. But if you are writing something anywhere in the ballpark of what Brandon Sanderson writes, you've gone too far. All right, you've gone way too far. Please.
We get time for one more question.
Hit me over here.
What are, like, when it comes to like the sensory things like food, candles, music, what are some things that have like the biggest bang for their buck when it comes to like immersing the players?
Ooh, biggest things that are bang for their buck with sensory. That's a fantastic question.
This guy said food.
Oh, absolutely. Food is a great one, yeah.
I watched the campaign that this dude did a specific challenge with food.
Oh, he did a specific challenge.
Roll Constitution saving throws every time you ate it.
Every time you ate in real life?
Spicy.
Well, it's kind of tricky because different people are affected by different things. I'm very, very sensitive to sound. I once watched a DM online, a character broke their leg, so he lifted up a pencil and he snapped the pencil in half when they broke. Let me tell you, man, I still feel that in my spine, right? It's messy, that's messy. Physical things. Where's that dice? Where the heck did it go? I like physical things. I like physical things for the sensory aspect because when you are holding it in your hand, when you have a prop, it connects you to the world. It grounds us. I know that this is kind of off subject, but when people have panic attacks, you're told to kind of feel the ground around you, feel the world around you. You're supposed to reattach yourself to the world. But for this game, for the game that we're playing, these things actually attach us to the fantasy better. This is, I mean, it's an incredible question because in truth, there are people who make their entire lives out of this. You look at Imagineers at Disney, their whole job is to figure out like, okay, at what point do we shoot the fart spray in their face to make it immersive? And and I think that they got the wrong moment personally, but that is something that you're going to have to kind of experiment with. I personally like the sound. I found the best bang for your buck with the sound. I had a DM who had RGB lights that he could customize the color of, and he would change them depending on the place that we were at. He got it just right for a fight at sea at night. Just terrifying. Loved it. At the end of the day, this is something that we're doing for our friends, right? This is something that we are doing to entertain and uplift and fulfill with our friends. And so finding the thing that specifically caters to them is going to be difficult and tricky, but also the most rewarding. And with that, I think my time is up. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for coming to this. Yeah. Where can you find me? I'm not telling you my address. Right here on the slide right up here, you can find me at Sibling Scribbles, where I do all of my creative writing conversations with my siblings. That is my podcast. My webcomic, A Shepherd Called Bales, shepherdcalledbales.com is where you can read that. And I'm sure if you just like look enough on Instagram, you'll find me there too. Yeah. Thanks so much. I forgot to drink water. Yeah, thanks, man. That was fun. Whew.
Michael, you're next, right?
Ah.
Were you at LTUE?
I was, yeah.
I thought so. I'm the guy who's doing the.
Holy cow! The blood, no, the Diablo one. Yeah, you were at the one with I was at Dan Wells.
Yes.
How's that going?
I actually just got a new player. My ride, one in the hoodie that was
Yeah.
next to. He is right here.
I'm right here. You can come over here for a second. How did that play out? Because it sounded ambitious when you talked about it.
It's going fairly well.
Yeah.
I have a YouTube channel that I'm
No kidding.
working on. I think I was working on it back then. I'm up to 17 subscribers.
Hey, I'll be 18. Yeah.
For family and friends, so we gotta
Hey,
start somewhere.
me too with Sibling Scribbles. I've got like 45 views. I'm like, thanks, Mom. Appreciate it. We all start somewhere, man. That's part of the game. Where are you at?
Diablo to D&D. Diablo TODND.
Diablo TODND.
And you can find that on YouTube and Twitter.
Where's that at?
Okay, if you space it out, Diablo space.
Oh, that's it. I
I'm a nerd, right?
Where the heck are you?
Well, maybe if you did the ampersand instead.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a channel thing. D. Oh, subscribe. Man, get you friggin' like Lilith on there or something, man. Like,
Yeah, that is what I'm working towards.
I want that little clip.
yep. How the sounds?
Sounded good.
Good?
Yeah, sounded good.
So I realized that I was creating essentially rewriting two books. I'm writing the player's handbook because I'm doing all of the new classes. And I'm writing the monster manual. I've got to create
Okay, so let me show you how this all works. Okay. I'm assuming I see this. Yes, so we'll turn around this. So let's see you. So that shows you where you're at. Since you got a PDF, you're just going to scroll.
Oh, did I not send it to you?
No, you just sent me a PDF. But that's fine. It works.
Okay.
So,
I said it out. I don't know why I didn't do this slide.
We got two microphones. This is the live stream microphone. You're just going to clip this on your shirt.
Yeah.
It's got a magnetic back to it.
Okay. And then streaming,
Yeah, this is streaming.
Do I need
and
to-
It has the same thing here. So
Okay.
you don't have to worry about anything for the stream. I'm managing the whole stream.
Okay.
So all you worry about is queuing up your slide when you're talking.
Perfect.
So yeah, clip that onto you.
And where'd it go? Come on. Oh, it stuck to me. That's fine. It is very hot in here, so.
Yeah. Okay, so cool. You can sit or stand. I'll adjust the camera how you want.
Okay.
Power switch on. Boom. Now you can talk to everyone.
Perfect.
With the PA system. Now it's off.
Okay.
Stand or do you want to sit?
I stand.
Okay. Give me a second.
I have an aversion to sitting. I'll try not to move around too much.
That's like, all right.
Our work experience.
Sweet.
Sweet.
I'll do a brief introduction and then I'll turn the time over to you.
Okay.
Alright everyone, it is 6 o'clock. We are getting to our next guest speaker. This is Michael. Michael is one of the professional dungeon masters here at the tavern, one of the longest professional dungeon masters play many game. He also has his own business, which he will talk about a little bit. But we are now going to turn our attention to Michael. Thank you very much, Michael, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Some of you have played with me. I'm sorry for the trauma. I mean, that's true. Again, yes, my name is Michael Overby. I also go by the Black Stag GM. That's my company's name as well. And I run games professionally throughout the state of Utah at a variety of events. I work events and run games outside the store as well. Running in the store, though, is much less stressful for me. And then today I'm going to be talking to you guys about realms and societies and their secrets that may or may not exist. But essentially, this comes out to world building. A quick thing about me is, yeah, you can see this beautiful mug right here. And I've played D&D and other TTRPGs for around 17 years. I am the forever GM by choice. For the last 17 years or so, I've been running games professionally for the last 6 to 7 years. I run over 60 types of TTRPGs. There are a lot of systems out there. I think I own around 200 systems, and I run, out of that 200, I run 60 of them. I do events and charities. I do write. I'm not an author. I am the guy that helps authors become authors by writing their worlds for them so that they don't have to. So if you hire me, I will spend 2 hours building you a world, and then you will be able to fill that world with whatever you need it to do. And I'll be talking to you about some of that today as well. And then I do accept bribes in the form of Dr. Pepper. So in case you ever at my table, that is a great form of bribe. Anyway, continuing forward here. My first little thing, zoom, there we go. So we're going to do a little experiment. Those of you that are in person, you guys have either your own notebook or a slip of paper that I've given out to you. Those of you on the live stream, hello. You guys can just see what this piece of paper looks like here. There are going to be 3 questions throughout my little presentation here. And those questions at the very end of it, during our QA, I'm just going to ask you, those of you are kind of random, or if you feel like you want to share, we'll kind of go through. We're going to see what kind of world you've built after we've kind of gone through everything else. So, let's see here. All right, first things first. The first rule of world building is there are none. If you guys are sitting there thinking there's a perfect way to world build, there isn't. There is no successful way. There's a perfect way to world build.
Sorry.
hearing myself in lag is weird. But no, there is no like preset way to world build. There's no preset way to write your world to make it the best it can be. It's entirely up to you in the way that you want to build it for the types of games or stories you're going to tell. So you can see here, your world should have rules, your world should have laws, your world should have logic, but you, as its designer, should not. There is no perfect way to build your world when writing a book, TTRPG, or even video games, for those of you that are interested. And you will see here the first question: how many moons does your world have, and do people travel to them? Just write that question, or rather, write the answer to this question down. And to kind of give you an idea here with this first world building step is worlds have complexity. In world building, there is never a moment where you should try and limit yourself as the creator of the world to the rules that your world exhibits. So if you write laws or rules into your world, you are not bound by those laws or rules. Your world is, you are not. You need to have some logic, but that does not mean that you as the writer needs to have logic. Your world does, but it doesn't need to make sense except for in your world. So don't try and fit yourself into the same parameters as your world. Create your world and then shave off the fat as you discover what else you need to do. Next up here is inspiration. Use what you see around you to help you build and fill in your world. This can be things like, one of the worlds that I've built in the past was a world of canyons. The person that was writing the story wanted to be able to figure out a world that was kind of like a Western, but they didn't want to have just, average Dust Bowl type of Western. They wanted something to feel a little more unique. So what we came up with was canyons. We visited Zion's National Park one time. He fell in love with it, and he decided that's what he wanted his world to be, is essentially a giant Zion's National Park. So essentially people lived inside of plateaus, inside of giant canyon walls. The entire world was built in canyons, so the rivers were at the bottom. The top of the world was actually right near where you would go into space, so people never traveled to the top. It was a forbidden place. You would die if you ever traveled to the top. But at the same time, there was a Western going on. People are having shootouts and gun running, except you didn't just shoot the guy and try and run off into the desert. You now had a canyon slope to slope down into, and it made for interesting world play. He had to come up with the vehicles to work within this world. He had to come up with logic and laws and rules that would fit into this world's narrative, and it ended up being a fantastic story. Some really good ways to kind of see this inspiration is using popular books and media, video games, to come up with your worlds is a great way to build. Things like one of my personal favorite books is from Shad M. Brooks. He wrote a book called Shadow of the Conqueror. It's a fantastic book, and if you have the chance to read it, you really should. It gives a deep dive into what a very interesting world-building mechanic can be. Brandon Sanderson, another fantastic author who I love, is also another way to do some really interesting world building. Drew Hayes is another author that I absolutely love. He does a lot of NPC, which is like a parody of D&D, where the adventurers die in a tavern, and the NPCs have to be the ones that pick up their armor and supplies and pretend that they are now those people, or risk the wrath of an evil king. And then it gets kind of wacky after that. It's fantastic. Don't try to complicate your world with too many things at once. Keep it simple, and more stuff can be added later. This is a crucial rule to world building. A lot of people try to fill their world all at once, try to make up all the bounds and means all at once. Some of my players that are kind of joined here today can attest that I world build like crazy. I put way too much thought into it, and I go down rabbit holes. However, I don't have the worlds completely fleshed out. Most of the time, I have come up with the majority of what I think is going to be pertinent, and then when my players make crazy stuff happen, I just end up adding that to the world later down the road. It makes for a way better immersive world, and it means that I don't have to come up with 90% of my work. Second question here, what is the primary way people travel in your world? You'll have to forgive the slides. Even though I work in tech, I apparently suck at it sometimes, which is why we're on a PDF and not a slide. So piecing it together. World building doesn't need to be an all-at-once setup, as I explained. It doesn't need to come together all at once right at the beginning before you launch into your story. It can be something that is gradual, something that will take you, weeks, months, years to fully come up with, and you may go back later and change something. Come up with the base story and then let it grow, let the rest of the world fill in the gaps. This is meaning don't try and force a story out of your world that you think is the only way it's going to come in. Write some things. If a story comes to mind, make that your story, and then your world can adapt and grow around the story as you are building it. This will mean your story feels more alive. This will mean your world feels more thought out. And this will also make it so that later down the road, when you're like, ooh, that didn't make sense, you can go in and change it, and then it doesn't have to impact the story enough that it will be blatant. Your reader, your players, your game construction, they're not going to be as hampered by a small typo or a small little afterthought that you just forgot to put in there. How much of your world needs to be, how much of your world needs to make sense? 40%, 50%, 70%, 100%? The answer is 40%. What I mean by this is, again, back to the whole, you don't need to have rules dictating how you work. You just need 40% of an idea to exist. The rest of it can come up as it needs to be. You don't have to make a ton of sense with your world. It's make-believe. Treat it as such. A lot of people, a lot of authors, a lot of world builders, a lot of creators, they try and make their world run the way they think our world runs, and oftentimes are wrong, but also you're limiting yourself and your creativity by trying to make that a thing. Just put whatever you want down, come up with a silly idea, a stupid idea, and then let it grow from there and let it kind of expand into something better. You'll see the next question here is, what is the name of a dish that is a common staple in your world? As my players will say, I do a little bit of food porn in my games. So, all right, so we've set up some world building. Now we're going to talk about culture. This is a huge thing, what I do with a lot of people who hire me to help them do their world building. World building in itself is actually pretty easy. The thing that becomes difficult is the actual filling the world with unique cultures, unique ideas. So we're going to go over this real quick. First of all here, what is culture? Well, it's a difficult question, but essentially culture is a bunch of traditions, oral histories, written histories, and rituals that a group or society or groups of societies will perform in order to come together or practice a unifying principle with one another. Like I said, that's as simple as I think I can make it because culture is very extensive and it gets more complicated. Why is it important to your world? Well, why is culture important in our own world? It's an identity. It identifies other people. It helps become, it helps other people feel connected to their roots. It helps people feel connected to the planet. It helps people feel connected just in general, spiritually, physically, mentally, in other ways. So why is it important to your world? For the same exact reason it's important in our world. It will make the characters that you create feel more alive and feel more in tune with what's going on. What are the good parts? What are the bad parts? A lot of the times when writing and world building, a lot of the times people will only focus on the good parts of their cultures. Not all cultures have only good parts. There are parts of all cultures that have bad parts. Your world is going to feel more alive, more intense if the cultures that it's working with have really good things, but also occasionally can have a bad thing. One of a good culture can be, there's a Samoan, I believe it's a Samoan tribe. Don't quote me on this. I am not great on Pacific Islander cultures. But they have a type of tradition where they get up on a big tower and leap off of it. Now you're thinking like, oh, over the water. No, they attach vines to their feet, jump up over there, and they literally smack the ground at around 30 miles an hour, and they survive, usually. They believe that this, by completing this, it is making you, I believe it's like a rite of passage, but it's also like a show that like they can do great things and whatnot. And I believe they also earn tattoos for this. So that's a really interesting piece of culture. The good parts is it's a way of showing, maturity. It's a way of growing and things like that. The bad part is that if you're the person looking on the outside, that man just ate a bunch of grass in his face by leaping off of a 30-foot tower with nothing but a vine attached to his feet, and he still hit the ground what looked like hard. We would consider that a bad thing, but to them they don't. Now, in your world, when you're creating these cultures, think about those kinds of things, because yeah, to them it's all good. To the rest of everyone else, some of that, like, yeah, that's really cool that you do that. The other times though, they're like, why would you do that? Like, you're physically putting yourself into harm's way. So there are good and bad parts to all types of cultures. The next thing is, how does this shape the way people see themselves? How does the culture that these people are participating in shape their day-to-day lives? Because believe it or not, culture is in every little thing you do. Every detail of your life, it exists. And it molds you in every way and how you interact in the world as itself. What makes one culture different compared to another? There are lots of cultures. I don't know if you guys have ever decided to look, but we're almost infinitesimal as far as the way cultures work, and we have changed drastically from prehistoric to now. So if you want to see how one culture is different from the other, the answer is greatly and not very often. Lots of cultures are very much the same, but also very different in the way that they perform their rituals, perform their traditions. You can see here on one of the little vases is a Greek vase displaying a sprint from, I believe, Mount Olympus to the Colosseum in Greece. This is more to show you that this is like one of the first Olympic Games. This is them running and lighting a torch, and we still do this today. This is a piece of culture that has existed since ancient times and has proceeded to just make our world and add more culture to the world, and it hasn't stopped. The next one here is food. Food is a huge cultural thing. There are cultural foods all over the world. I am a man that loves curry and also a lot of different Asian foods. I also love, as you can see in these pictures, pasta and pizza. Those of you that are lactose intolerant, I apologize because it's wonderful and it's quite sad that you can't participate. Another thing you can see here is these columns here. These are from the Iberian Peninsula, and I believe I'm going to get the name wrong, but I believe it's called the Cortez M something. I looked it up, but I forgot. A history person probably shouldn't do that, but I often do. But these are a type of architecture that has been a staple in the Iberian Peninsula for thousands of years. You can find it everywhere. And it's not even the most recent, it's not even the most ancient culture. There's cultures that are even older than this, but they're one of the ones that just kind of spread throughout the world, or at least in the Iberian Peninsula specifically, and they're Moorish. And this is their staple. This is something they brought to it. You can see these dancers down here. I believe they're called the Slanese. They're the Slanese. They're out of Sri Lanka, and this is a dance that they do. That's just part of their general traditions and rituals. This is to showcase you that entertainment is also culture, tradition, ritual, things of that nature. And those things can impact your world and make your world even more insightful and more immersive. Come on. Okay, thank you. And then the last one here you can see is science. Science is a fantastic tool in world building. Using real-world principles and scientific methods are a way way easier to use than trying to make a new one from scratch. Gravity exists in your world. You can call it gravity. Don't try and make it the upside down principle. It's just gravity. Just roll with it. Just don't make it too complicated. Even if you don't have a solid foundation in science, using the most basic science can often make the world easier to digest for those reading or playing it. One thing to think about is your world can have gold. It can have normal materials that everyone uses. It doesn't have to come up with something new. You can definitely add as part of like story value, but you don't have to try and make 50 new elemental tables and 20 different types of bird and plant and all those other things. You can just have them be what you already know. It's totally fine to do that. In fact, do it because it will make your life much easier, especially when designing worlds. And then we're going to skip down here because it's time for you to talk to me. So we've kind of gone over some of all these things. I'm going to now reach out to all of you that have written down your worlds. Does anyone want to share what they wrote down? And we're just going to go and go one of the questions at a time. Does anyone want to volunteer as tribute? You over here? All right.
I had a thought, Tom, Brady playing, seems to me that magic can be a little overpowered. So I had a thought of a world where it's a total theocracy. All magic or anything supernatural comes from the gods, and they've stamped out the idea that magic even exists, except the players are starting to find that it actually does. And so it's kind of this struggle between church and, I guess we could say church and science, or church and magic. And the players try and find a way through that.
So for those of you on the live stream, what he was saying is that one of the world buildings he's come up with is the gods stamped out magic, and your players have now recently rediscovered magic and are learning that it didn't go away, and that's starting to cause issues, which is a great way to kind of help make interesting world in your interesting mechanics in your world, because now how does everyone else in the world react to people just creating things out of thin air? Someone in the back raised their hand.
Are we answering the question?
Yes, yeah, sure.
So the first one that I came up with was the how many moons
Yes.
we have.
How many moons and do they travel to them?
What I put down was 2 and no. And what I imagined was one moon that rotates one direction, but a second smaller moon that rotates faster in perpendicular to it.
Okay.
So you kind of have the three-body problem. But that affects the tides. And so when moons are on one side at the same time, you're going to have stronger tides on that portion of the world. So how might that affect naval travel? How might that affect
Perfect.
culture?
Oh yeah.
What about the parts of the world that aren't as affected? Because on two parts of the world, they're going to have very strong tides. But when you're on the
Other side.
you're only going to be affected by that much by one moon.
Yeah. So for those of you on the live stream, he's saying that his world has 2 moons, and people do not travel to them, but they run perpendicular with one of the moons moving very fast. And his thought process here was, it's going to cause greater tides, greater tumultuous waves and seas on one side of the planet, and then on the other side of the planet, it's going to be a little calmer. And how does that affect the world? So essentially, if you guys want to think about it in a different way, if you've watched the One Piece series, it's going to be the calm belt on one part of the planet, and then everything else on the other side of the planet. And how would that affect trade, sea travel, naval fights? These are things that to think about when creating a world. They're great things to think about. Anyone else want to share one of the answers to the questions? Yes, back here.
So, for the primary mode of transportation,
Yes.
I was going to love it along. So they use like cars, ships, stuff like that. However, they are magically advanced. So larger kingdoms, if you're traveling from like the capital to miles away, they have like a teleportation system set up for that kingdom.
Okay. So the next question here was the mode of transportation. They have normal transportation, cars, planes, things like that, but carts. Sorry, my apologies, carts. But instead, the more wealthy, more magically advanced cultures have gates that allow you, essentially like Stargate, but that allow you to travel between cities, which, again, that's going to affect a lot of things. It's going to affect how they do trade. It's going to affect how they do warfare, because if your army can just literally zip to the city that's being attacked, that makes for anyone fighting you have to now be like, well, they have 1,000 people stationed there, but they could have 20,000 people within 5 minutes. So I now have to, think about it and come up with better ways of fighting these people. That's a great way. That's a great world building technique. You had one?
Yeah. So I guess I'll just do all three. So no moons, but there's an asteroid ring. So
No moons and an asteroid ring. Okay, so night never hits night. It's just kind of a general twilight all the time.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Travel is mostly by horse, cart, carriage, low technology, but travel is very restricted by feudal lords.
Okay.
You have to have like an approval or a lord's insignia to travel at all.
Gotcha, kind of Edo period or Meiji period of Japan. So essentially this one was travel is, your traditional fantasy tropes, except that it's very restricted, much like the Japanese did during the Edo Meiji period, where you had to have seals and writs of passage to move from one place to the other. Great.
And then for food, I said mash, and it could be anything at all mixed with mashed potatoes.
Bangers and mash is a good one. But yes, in this particular case, the last one he said was that it's mash. Anything, just any other food source mixed with mashed potatoes. That's his staple. That's a great way to do it. And it makes it easy for you to come up with funny dishes that people are just throwing together. Yes?
For vehicles, I had a society of hard and workforce people. The concept of a vehicle is foreign and they don't understand it because they've always just used math to shoot themselves out of slingshots.
Great, I love that. Yeah, so this next question was the travel. They don't understand travel, his race of people, but they are very good at complicated calculations of math, so they just use giant slingshots to throw each other where they need to go. That's a fantastic way of travel. And again, the things to think about with these modes of travel, you've all engaged in kind of creating these little tiny pieces of a world. Now you can think about what's attached to those. In the way of the slingshots, again, travel, trade. How does trade happen in this world now? If people are slingshotting, do they just put on a backpack and slingshot with all their provisions and hope that nothing gets destroyed? Or do they have a method of getting those from point A to point B? Pneumatic tubes, is that a thing? Like, is that how people transport? They just put everything in a tube? Or how does warfare happen? If you're having, if an army is using mashed potatoes mixed with other things, how does that army feed itself? Is it just bread with mash? Is it, meat with mash? Like, what is it? And are the soldiers happy with being fed this all the time? I imagine that would probably put some stress on how they feel about some things. These are great world-building tools, and they're designed, these questions that I created are designed not to just come up with, like, funny things. They're designed to be like, oh, this would be fun to have in a world, but now you have to think about how does these affect everybody else in this world? How does everyone going to run and do things in these worlds now that I have created this kind of interesting or funny little way that they go about things? Back to the slingshot, everyone doing hard calculations. If their society is really good at calculation, I imagine they're not much in the way of architecture. Probably going to be a little more like, we're going to make it logical, and so all the buildings are built in a way that is to maximize mathematical principle, which means they're probably going to have some very dense cities. But at the same time, there's probably not going to be a lot of artwork floating around. That's great. How would a group of bards coming to the city feel seeing a city where it's just drab monotones and no art? Suddenly vandalism becomes a real option. But yes, and then we're going to go ahead because we still have plenty of time. Any of you that have questions? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so for those on the live stream, this individual is saying that their world only has one moon, but, and we haven't decided yet, whether it's by speed or by just the way the planetary solar system works, it has more eclipses, which causes some confusion with crops, day and night cycles, people waking up way before they're supposed to be, and so on and so forth. That's another really, really interesting world building technique, or idea, I should say. But it also now questions, again, how do their sleep patterns work? You know, how do they grow crops? You know, is that a major concern? Is the world always conservation state because they don't have enough sunlight all the time? Or, you know, have they kind of gotten used to it and they grow plants that grow in the night? You know, what goes into that? Those will spring other world building ideas. Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, so let's say I made my world of home cloth. But I don't want to really have to make adventures for each. Do you have any tips to say some of these pre-published adventures like Curse of Strahd, Adventures of the Silver Coast, and modding them so that?
Oh yeah. So his question is, I have a world, and I don't want to have to fill it constantly with new ideas because that's taxing. I agree. I am one of those people that I'm like, if there's an easy or lazy way to do it, I will take it every single time. The question though was, can you know, what are the ideas to use modules, and how can you modify them to make them interesting or fill your world? I can tell you really easily because I give this advice to a lot of people. I have run Curse of Strahd so many times. I am well into double digits, probably stretching closer to triple digits at this point. I have ran Curse of Strahd. It is very popular. In case you're wondering, Strahd sucks. It's a game that I, quite frankly, get bored with. I ran it so many times, and I know it so well that I get bored every time I have to run it. And then it leads me to telling my players, hey, I have an idea. Why don't we do Strahd, but as a Western? Suddenly, my players are like, hold on, what do you mean? Yeah, no, we're going to make Strahd a Southern gentleman and his wives Southern belles, and we're going to have a whole gunslinger type thing going on in the Midwest, or in the Deep West, and they're going, oh my Lord, I feel like I've fallen in love with you all over again, and I'm like, that's an appropriate response. But yes, that's one of my modifications. It's simply just like, I'm bored with this, we're going to flip it on its timepiece, and we're going to take it to the Western. And now all of a sudden, my players are like enjoying a gunslinging adventure. Yes.
Kind of as a comment to that, the show Firefly
Yep.
is a space western.
Exactly. Firefly.
I dislike westerns. I hate westerns. I can't stand them. I freaking love Firefly.
Yeah. So one of our comments here is that the Firefly is a space western. A lot of people don't really like westerns. But having it in space suddenly makes it way more entertaining. I cannot disagree. Another, yes?
So, in the slide you said that we want to build out 40% of the world and the other 60% kind of the world itself.
Correct.
How would you recommend building about this? I find like 40% and then it's hard for me to be able to kind of let the other 60% build itself.
Yeah, okay. Let me give you guys kind of an example. So currently I'm running an epic called The Lost Heirs. This is for a bunch of our veteran players here at the store that they've played through all of season 1 and 2. They were having fun and they decided to make children for all their players that played in the Dead Wars and everything like that. And so they were looking for a new game. So I came up with a campaign specifically centered around those children. However, I'm like, well, they've already established, they've got good connections already. These players are all going to be really bound together because they're already kids raised together with their families. So what they need is a new world. So they have a new world called Mara Sora, which is it is a world that is based around the Mediterranean, more or less. Those of you that don't know, I'm a huge history buff. I went to school with history, switched over to tech somewhere along the line. Don't ask me how that happened. I don't know either. But I am huge into history, specifically around the Bronze Age collapse. And so my world used a lot of those principles. One of the things that I did was each of the major nations in my world are based off of mostly the Bronze and Roman era cities. So say, for instance, Menes is one of my nation states. It's based off of the Minoan people during the Bronze Age. It's got a lot of thick, rich culture and history. It's also based off of King Midas, who is also Minoan, and the Minotaur that comes from that. There's a lot of things that I use that are historical that I just loaded in there, and they now are from that, they have expanded. Another way that I did it is I just kind of dartboarded a random type of government system. So another thing is I chose one of my nations. I'm like, hey, you're a timocracy. In case you don't know what a timocracy is a honor and duty-bound governmental body that is all about order, law, and honor being in everything. And so from there, having them there, I can tell you right now, didn't really have an idea of what that looked like. I had a basic premise of the timocracy. I knew that I wanted some races to be in there, and my players can tell you that since they have played in this location and played in the timocracy, there is a specific character in there they absolutely have fallen in love with, and he has fallen in love with them. So, but yes, that right there is me building 40%. Everything else my players have helped me add, I have thought about later down the road and just added in, and it has gotten way out of control. Yes. You don't know everything, but eventually you'll know. Your players will, though, think that you had it all planned from the beginning, except my players. I'm too truthful. Yes, back here. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes. Mm-hmm. Sorry, say that last part. You're running tyranny, dragons, you got to a point, and what? Say again? Xanath's Tower? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So essentially, this person for the live stream, Frankenbrewed his campaign, which is great. I love Frankenbrew. You should all do it. It's a fantastic way to make worlds. But he took a section of the module where they went into a tower that had portals, and he took that and integrated it into another portion or another module of his game because he loved that so much. That's a fantastic world building technique because it takes a lot of the work out of you. Coming to you, you had a question.
What would you say are like the first 3 things you worry about when building a new world?
Okay, the question is, what are the first 3 things I worry about when I build a new world? I will say that they differ based off the story. So in the case of someone that I helped out recently with their world building, they needed a world that was going to be for a very jungle planet. Like the whole planet's just a giant jungle, and they're like, I need something that fits that. I don't know what I'm doing. That's the only idea I have. I've got writer's block, something fierce. Please help. So what we came up with is the world has giant trees like the redwoods. So we're like, okay, they have giant trees. Because of that, what does the population do? They live in said trees. And for kicks and giggles, we were joking about it, and it came up to the premise of, well, they're giant palm trees, right? I'm like, right? And he goes, coconuts. These trees have giant coconuts. And I go, correct. And he goes, can people live in the coconuts? I was like, this is your world. Of course they can. He goes, so they're living, they eat all the stuff inside of a coconut. They start living in a coconut. I was like, right, but you forget one thing. Coconuts tend to fall. And he goes, ooh, yes. What happens when a coconut falls off a tree? And I was like, yeah, depending on how big it is, it might make a big old crater in the ground. Are there land-dwelling people? And he goes, yes. And I was like, so what happens? He goes, well, apocalypses happen constantly. And he's gone from there and written the story. So to answer your question, like I said, it varies on the type of story you're writing, and it grows organically. Do not try and force the story, let it grow, come up with something fun. Yes?
Something very short. Something that came to mind about, I don't know much, but I watch a lot of anime.
Uh-huh.
And one of the animes I watched was called Kinu's Journey.
Kinu's Journey?
Kinu's K-I-N-O-'S Journey.
Kino's Journey.
It's about this character who has a talking motorcycle and goes, each episode is its own city in its world.
Okay, I think I've heard of this.
There's one city that is like you build up this kind of moral currency,
Mm-hmm.
and Kino meets this person who wants to kill someone. They build up enough
Yes.
moral currency to be able to kill someone and get away with it.
Gotcha.
This next one, they're all paranoid about how this radio tower is emitting these strange signals, and so they don't punish criminals because they just assume that these criminals have been driven mad because of the brainwave transmitter thing.
Okay.
And I think it's only like 8 or 9 episodes long, but it's a great snapshot of different cultures that you can see the different reasons of why people act.
Sounds like a fantastic D&D miniseries. So in case those on the live stream didn't hear, Kino's Journey is about a talking motorcycle, already 5 stars. But the individuals going to all these different places, experiencing different cultures and cities, and they do different things such as like moral currency, where if you get enough of it, you can just murder someone and get away with it, or towers that everyone assumes is controlling someone's mind, but they've never really checked. And then you had a question over here?
So, since you have created 40% of your work, and you're expecting 60% to be developed, what are tools, tips, techniques, methods that you catalog what was created during the session?
So like what kind of tools do I use to record everything?
Exactly.
Perfect. There are so many tools. Campfire is one that you can use. World Anvil, probably everyone knows that one. One that I use, and this is just because I am into technology and I understand code a little bit. I'm not going to say I'm good at it, so don't ask me how to program things. But one that I use is called Notion. Notion is great because it's free, first of all. But it also, if you're into programming or coding, you're going to recognize a lot of features in it. For those of you that don't, it's great because you can create tables within it to put like specific character details. I'd show it to you right now, but essentially like I can pull up my phone right now, I can go into the app and I can be like, oh, say for like one of the places, Havaiba is one of my cultures in my Lost Heirs campaign. The Timarch, known as Alonso, is the king of this nation. I can go in there, click on his name, and it will tell me all the information that I ever typed up for him, being like, oh, he's this really, outlandish, I wouldn't say outlandish, he's very outspoken, very blunt, and very, transparent kind of guy who, he's not secretive in any way, he just wants to do things. So I can see all that information, and I can put more information in, I can catalog more information, and it just allows me to kind of keep all of my world together. Yes?
Do you use things like so you have this journal, quote,
Mm-hmm.
do you fill that out after everybody's gone home? Do you fill that out the next day? Sometimes
Okay.
How do you do that?
So the question is, when do I put in notes, during sessions, after sessions, when do I change information? The answer is kind of all the time. Sometimes I'll have a player at my table who will just come up with a brilliant idea. And I'm like, I am not going to remember that. And so I immediately type it in somewhere and record it so that I can remember it later. Also, there are times when we'll go through a whole session and I'm like, I do not have the time to dictate everything that happened. So I'm going to just write up everything that I can remember from it, and then my players will usually remind me down the road, like, this is what we remember. And there's times that, you know, I am wrong about certain things, and my players will call me out on it, which, if you are a DM, just so you know, your players calling you out on your discrepancies, not a bad thing. Take it with stride and just be like, you are correct, and move on. You don't need to make it a big deal. I have seen many DMs burn for that very thing. But yes, to answer your question, you know, just kind of whenever it strikes you, or as often as you can.
And I guess another follow-up question is, sometimes random NPCs are created.
Mm-hmm.
Is it helpful to have like an NPC template hanging out with personality, nationality, like just all things?
So I'll tell you how I do it. So the question for those on the live stream is, you know, if you have to create a random NPC, you know, do you, you know, how do you track that information? Do you put a template up? Do you have something like that? So something that I do is I will, the template itself is where they're at, the location. So in the case of an NPC that I created for my players in the Lost Heirs, I created Jonathan. He's a squirrely tabaxi that paints in a really manic way. But his paintings show all of the people's lives and things that they've done. He's completely created on the spot. I had notes for a painter in the city and had nothing else. And so when my players decided they really wanted to go here and do something, and I just wanted to throw something fun at them that they would remember, I threw out Jonathan. And from there, I just had to go in later on, and I was like, well, he's in this location, so he's going to be tabaxi, because I wanted to be, you know, him to be squirrely. He's going to be, he's manic, I've already established that. And so I can write in more information, but because they're in this location, and because ahead of time I often put different races, species, nationalities in different locations so that I know what's going on. You don't have to do that. I recommend it just because it's past you, making future you's job way easier. But I do that so that if I do create an NPC off the cuff, I can also be like, I don't have to worry about making it seem like it fits, because I already know that this location has these things going on for it, and they can just follow along that line. Yes?
Last question.
Last question.
What are some hallmarks of when things don't work?
What are some hallmarks of when things don't work in world building? Good question. Okay, so when things don't work in world building, one thing that I can make a suggestion is if you're going to create a world, for instance, in Shadbrooks, his world doesn't have, it's not a traditional planet. It's a bunch of islands that float all over the place. People sail with this really weird kind of energy system. Something that doesn't work is if you're going to do a world similar to that, having boats look like boats. You know, if you're in a world and they look like boats, something that doesn't work for that is your readers, so in the case of writing, your readers are going to be like, it looks like a boat because they're still technically sailing, but I expect that to be a boat. It doesn't work in RPGs because, well, there's no water, so why does it look like a boat? Why isn't it a giant brick? Or why isn't it some type of metal sphere? Or why isn't it something like this? Depending on how you're telling your story, depends on how you want certain things to look. So a way that this doesn't work is, well, if you're going to be boating through the air, why does it need to look like a boat? Why is there a top? Why is there a deck? Because, you know, what if, you know, someone falls off? Why wouldn't you want to be enclosed in a capsule that gets you from point A to point B? You know, those are the kinds of things. Now, in the book I mentioned earlier, there's actual reasons in his world building as to why they would still look like that. But if you've only gone by the premise that people just fly through the air with whatever matter, you know, you might have to go down a different path. In world buildings, there's not so much as a wrong idea or bad idea, so much as in an idea that doesn't meet your world's criteria. Again, you don't have rules, but your world still needs to have those rules because limitations make world building better. I hope that answers it. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Where can we find you?
Oh, yeah. Again, Michael Overby, Blackstack GM. You can find me on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, maybe Facebook. But yeah, or here. And if you look at the front of the store, I have a card. You guys can scan it. There's a bunch of fun stuff there. You can also even rate me on today's performance and tell me compliments, comments, or insults. All are accepted. So thank you again for having me, guys. It was great talking to you. Thank you.
Well
that was a good time.
Thank you, thank you. All right, do you want to stand or do you want to sit? You're going to stand? Okay. You can stand.
Eric, you're part of the standing crew.
Hey man, I can't DM and sit.
This is on and off, so it's off right now, but then you can turn it on when you're ready. This is just a PA system. You got to clip this anywhere on you.
Closer to the mouth, the better.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, you can see you've got the monitor right here.
Yep.
That will have your PowerPoint.
Okay.
And then the mouse right there will allow you to click through the slides. So I'm going to get it
Okay.
all set up.
Okay. So all I need to worry about is the clicking.
Yep.
Okay. What's up, buddy? It's good to see you. If they sit, they can sit on the couch. Oh. It's the VIP section. I think my children are allowed in VIP, right?
Yeah.
Hi. No, can't give you a hug. Love you. High five. High five.
Do you need any water or anything?
I would love a water.
Hey, Michael, you have a free drink. Okay.
I think somebody was sitting there. So. Hey.
Just got chunk it.
And we want to start on the hour?
Yep.
Cool.
7 o'clock.
Yeah. What?
The hair.
Oh.
Okay, why is it so cute?
Because you made it.
It's just so cute.
The PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yeah. It is super cute.
It's very simple. It's got 5 slides. Well, it's got the title slides, 3 points, quote. Thank you.
A lot of people don't realize that libraries exist. Yeah. And so you can find a lot of you can find a lot of which most of
I think my biggest fear is that I'm not going to talk for long enough.
You don't usually have a problem with that. Do you want me to give you like a 5-minute signal?
What? Like every 5 minutes, or when I have 5 minutes left? Andy's been calling out like 15 minutes left and last question and stuff like that. So.
you are about to die. Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you for coming by. Yeah.
Eric, how are you?
Michael, dude, that was awesome. It's good to see you, dude.
Yeah, you caught the tail end at least.
Well, I was watching on the stream before I pulled in.
Oh,
so,
okay, nice.
Yeah, I've been watching. I picked up like 10 minutes into.
I accidentally sent him a PDF instead of a slide. That's why I was like, crap.
You were the only one that actually engaged with the stream.
Oh. Well, they did tell me there was a stream, so that's what I was doing. Like, this thing is for the stream, and so I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Talk to 2 people.
Yeah.
It's like everybody else just doing their thing, and if somebody had a question or a comment, they just answered it here.
Well, I was hoping that Andy would have questions on the stream, but he was busy. There was too many people over there.
Well, and there were when I was on it, there were 5 or 10 viewers.
Well, that's fair.
I don't know what there are now, but.
If you want, I can ask all of the stupid, crazy questions.
I don't know how many people can jump in, but
His Momoness. Use the proper terms for Lord Momo.
Momo the Grand Poobah.
The Grand
I'm
Poobah.
excited. I saw bits of your slide, and I was like, well, he went all out. I'm
No,
gonna
there's
look like trash.
5 slides. I approach PowerPoints one of 2 ways. Complete bare bones, absolutely nothing. Or a slide for every single point that I make, and it ends up being like 150 slides long.
Yep.
But with this one, I've just had the most insane week in my day job. And so last night we went,
did
crap, we
CrowdStrike
need,
hurt you?
what's that? No, it didn't.
CrowdStrike hurt you?
Nope, we don't use CrowdStrike. But yeah, last night, we were at 11 o'clock at night, like, what can we do? And so we're like, we'll put some pretty visuals up.
Yeah.
It will showcase the main point. And so the way I structure keynotes is I'll have my thesis, and then I'll have 3 supporting points. And so I've got a slide for each of those 3 points. So.
I got super sick this week, and then on top of that, we have a release next week for stuff, and so I had a bunch of tickets I had to roll through.
Yeah.
And so on Wednesday, after I had recovered somewhat, I was like, I'm just gonna copy and paste some stuff from an earlier one that I did.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of updated some stuff, made it look a little prettier, and then it's like, all right. Hopefully this is great.
Yeah.
And then I sent it over.
Some of the same themes.
Yeah.
What's that?
I definitely noticed some of the same themes. The last one.
Well, and I mean, I didn't get to catch any of Andy's, but I watched Jason's, not Johnny. Johnny Jensen. I always combine it into Jason for some reason. But I watched his, and then I watched yours, and the whole time I'm sitting there going, well, everything I was going to say is covered. So just hopefully I can engage in a different way and bring a different story.
Like executive leadership to improve player experience. I mean, that's going to be, at least in my interpretation, is more of like as the DM, as the individual leading the story.
Yeah.
How can you make that story like? How can you narrate and also how can you lead them into the story that you want to tell?
Yeah.
Where they also want to engage.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the hope for it.
I'm excited for after this because I need to talk to Andy because not this coming week, but the week after, from 26th to 1st, is Candela Obscura.
Oh yeah.
So there's a group called Bookworm that is they're doing a highlight week with Darrington Press called then they're doing Candela Obscura. And so I'm trying to convince Andy that we should go for broke and do a bunch of stuff, like try and get everyone to dress up for it, run the games and do like a newspaper type thing where we take pictures of the players.
Yeah.
And like try and get some of that going because Darrington Press media blasts people that take pictures and tag them in it.
Yeah.
And so I was like, we geek could get like several thousands to hundreds of thousands of people seeing it if we try and like go for a little, not go for broke, but go for a little.
Yeah, right.
And so
Cool. No, that's a good idea.
Just going to be very irritated with me because I've talked to him about it 3 times. I'm like, I'm going to be a broken record until you see.
At the same time, you say, don't.
Alright, 2-minute break. Or like 1.5.
Are you doing any sort of introduction, or is it self-introduction?
I'll do a brief introduction, just why I chose you to be here, and then you do your introduction.
Cool.
What are you thinking about it?
It'd be awesome. I'd be so happy.
We like the sound of it. Alright, minute warning.
He's the reason I came up with the demigods. So, him doing that, I mean, you can fly. That's why he's here.
How much walking around are you going to do?
Probably quite a bit.
Okay, I will zoom it out in just a bit. If you like to walk around, I'll give you a wide screen.
Eric will walk the entire street.
Yeah, I might walk back there. So.
We got a wide angle.
Okay.
And then you got this whole office with all the stuff.
Yeah.
But it looks like
Still in frame here?
Yes.
Oh.
Still in frame.
Okay.
Alright, everyone, it is 7 o'clock. I want to introduce you to Eric Anderson. Eric is one of our very first professional dungeon masters. Also, he has worked very hard. He owns his own business and also worked very hard to help lead authors in the dungeon, which was an amazing 1,000-person attended event where we even had Christopher Paolini visit. So very business-oriented, also a great dungeon master, good friend of mine, so I invited him here. So let's give our attention to Eric. Woo!
Thanks, guys. I have a question I want to start with, though. How many of you have had a bad experience in Dungeons & Dragons because of the DM? Yeah? Okay, another question for you. How many of you have had an amazing experience at a meeting at work? That's okay, a couple of them. I didn't expect that, actually. It's really rare. And I'll tell you, I hate crappy meetings. Absolutely can't stand them. And as a CEO, I'm in a unique position where I get to control the meeting. And sometimes that means just not having it. But other times it means saying, okay, this meeting needs to happen. This information needs to be communicated. This decision needs to come about from a team. So how can we make this meeting effective and fun? And the interesting thing is that as a dungeon master, I actually apply a lot of the things that I've learned in executive leadership into the way that I run games to give each one of my players the best experience possible. Because I figure if I can have people not hate meetings at work, then people who are hanging out playing D&D are going to have a really good time. So that's the goal for today. I want to share with you guys a couple of things that you can do that I've learned from running meetings with executive leaders that are going to help your players have the best experience around the table. Oh, I messed it up already, Andy. Okay. So, the first thing I want to talk about here, I want you all to remember this, and hopefully this becomes a mantra that you repeat in your own mind. Speak less, speak last. Now, how does that work as a dungeon master? Because the role of the dungeon master, as we read in the player's handbook, is to share what the world looks like and then let your players make a decision. So how can you speak last? Now, When I say speak last, what I mean is be the last person to offer a suggestion. Just share the relevant details. You're in a tavern. There's a loud conversation happening in the back corner. Information like that. But you don't want to be the first person as the dungeon master saying, you might want to go talk to the people having that conversation. Because what does that feel like? Railroading. How did I learn this from executive leadership? I learned that as a CEO, if I say, hey guys, there's this problem over here, I think we can solve it like this, that everybody just goes, yeah, you're right. That's good. Let's do that. And so we always did what I wanted to do, which was great. Unfortunately, I'm not all knowing like we are as dungeon masters. And so my idea wasn't always the best idea. So as a DM, I know that I've been frustrated with players because I'm like, hold on, you guys aren't making your own decisions. You guys are just doing what I recommend. Well, when I stopped recommending things, they started making their own story. And what is Dungeons & Dragons? It is collaborative storytelling that we happen to use math rocks for, right? So I want to tell a story. Actually, I want to share a piece of research that I just recently found. Hart Research Associates found that 93% of participants inside of their study said that communication skills are more important than expertise. That's a really interesting thing. As a CEO, I know that's true. If I'm looking at somebody and they say, hey, here is my college degree, look how relevant it is, but they can't even tell me what they learned in college because they can't communicate, I'm no longer interested. The same thing is true for your players. You may know everything about your world. You may know every minute detail. You may know every conversation that's being had in this tavern. But if you're not able to communicate that clearly, then your players aren't going to care how much you know. So how do we communicate that clearly? The interesting thing is you say less. As you're describing what you're doing around the table, as you're describing the environment, instead of giving every minute detail and sharing that this conversation is louder and this conversation seems somber, you can share a little bit of that. But as you start going into more and more detail, your players start to go, okay, here he goes again. He's telling his own story and just letting us be here. I saw some hands raised that a DM has ruined an experience for you. How many of those DMs did that? They made it their story. Yeah? I've experienced that, and I hate to say, I've done that. So, what are some things that you guys can do specifically? What I have found when I am running my weekly executive team meeting is the way I get the best interaction from each of my team members is to actually meet with them in between those meetings. And so I think we've all understand the concept of a session zero, right? Anybody not familiar with session zero? Okay, so if we have a session zero, we know what expectations are, right? Then we're 6 months into a campaign. Is that session zero still relevant? Maybe. What if somebody is having, what if one of your players is having something go on in their home life? Or what if another one of the players is ruining their experience? How are you supposed to get that information? You can't get all that in session zero. So what I recommend is that throughout the week, you're talking to your players. In between sessions, you're asking each of them individually, what are you enjoying about the game? What are you not enjoying about the game? I noticed that this last session, you kind of sat there, you were quiet. Are you good? Is there something I can do to help you have a better experience? And I think if you do that, you're gonna see your enjoyment and your players' enjoyment go through the roof. I'm probably the wrong person to be trying to do two different pieces of tech at the same time. I'm clicking it, Andy. There you go. Okay. That pulls us into the second point that I want to talk to you guys about. Help everyone win. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but different people like Dungeons and Dragons for different reasons. I've played games with people who all they want to do is murder hobo and combat, right? All they want is the mechanics. They min-max every single player or every single character and every single session. They love the mechanics of the game. I'm not that person. And so as a DM, if I am looking at my players and saying, hey, we're all going to have this big adventure campaign with lots of role play and we're going to do goofy voices, if I have a player that wants to min-max, they're going to hate that game. Now, the cool thing is, as a DM, we can kind of decide who's around the table. So if you have a certain style, you might attract different players. But sometimes we have friends that we want at the table that want to play the game a little bit differently. And so it's important for you to know how they play the game and how they enjoy playing the game. I want to tell you about one of my employees. His name is Oscar. And Oscar is a rock star. Oscar's one of my favorite people in the world. I was even having a rough week this last week, and he sent me a text early in the morning Tuesday and said, hey man, it's a great day. We're going to knock it out of the park. It's going to be amazing. He's that type of person, that he's always making everything better. I thought there was a problem with Oscar, though. In our meetings, Oscar never said anything. Oscar was just quiet. Oscar would sit there and he would kind of nod his head, and he wasn't zoned out, he wasn't on his phone, but he just wasn't engaging. And me and our visionary were battling back and forth. Hey, there's this major issue, there's this thing that we want to figure out, there's this problem, there's this customer complaint that keeps happening, how do we solve that? And we would have these heated discussions trying to come up with the best solution possible. And Oscar would just sit there. And what I found was that I was getting frustrated with Oscar. I've had this same experience with players around a DM or a D&D table. Somebody who's just hanging out. And I'm like, man, why are you even here? You're not playing. But what I did is I talked to Oscar. And I said, hey man, I noticed you just sit there in the meetings. What's going on? Like, are you frustrated? Do you not want to participate? What's going on? And what I got back from Oscar surprised me. He said, I love our weekly meetings. I love that I can sit there and I can watch you and Brent battle it out over these big topics. I get to watch you guys and I get to experience it. And then once you guys have the solution, I'm the one that gets to make it happen. And I love that. I had no idea. But he was sincere about it. I had a very similar experience at a table. And this was a virtual table. I was using Foundry as a VTT. And I was playing with friends. And so I was worried about the internet piece of it. I was worried that one of my players wasn't communicating a lot. They would mute their mic and they would just kind of hang out. And this was a friend of mine, that really close friend. And I'm like, hey man, you come to the table, I want you at the table, but you're not playing. Like, why? And he said, man, I love being on the games on Thursday night. I love that I get to be there and hang out with my friends. And then when we come into battle, I get to do something awesome. No idea until I asked him. So if you want everybody to win, you need to know what winning looks like for them. Again, session 0 is great for this, but a huddle in between the meetings is even better. So if you want to know what winning looks like, but you're going to try to speak less in the session, how are you going to get the information across you need to? Because as DMs, we all have this epic soliloquy that we want to deliver, right? We all have this book of lore that we want to share every time we sit down at the table. Where can we deliver that to the players? So a couple of things you can do here is do it in between. Are you guys recognizing a pattern here? For me, when I'm running a session, when I'm running a campaign, I don't run it at the table. The table is where we make decisions, but we run it in life. We run it on Discord. We run it in group texts. The fact that we get to have conversations about our campaign throughout the week, throughout the month, in between sessions, that's where it becomes fun for me. And every time we sit down, everybody's primed to just do epic stuff. And that's why we play D&D. Let's see if I can get this to work. Andy walked away. Andy, next slide. Other direction. There you go. Any Monty Python fans? Okay. Dennis the Peasant. As a DM, you are God. You get to run the game. You had a Lady of a Lake come out and bestow a sword upon you. You get to make the decisions. But it's not your story. It's the table's story. We are a democracy. Your players do not want to be repressed. We are telling a story together. And if you spend too much time claiming that you are King Arthur and that your decision stands, your players are going to stand up in rebellion. Go ahead, next slide, Andy. Okay. So this is where it gets boring, right? A defined agenda creates space for adventure. So what does that mean? When I run business meetings, it makes sense. If we sit down at a table and we don't know what we're going to talk about or what we're going to do, it's a waste of time. But we're playing a game. We all just want to have fun. And as a DM, we want to avoid railroading our players. A lot of people, when I say you should have an agenda when you sit down at the table, think, oh, okay, so I should know what's going to happen. No. You should know what can happen. So I'm going to share a little piece of my meeting running for my company. What we do is we compile a list. We call it our issues list. And we say, these are all of the issues with our business. Some of the issues are positive. Some of the issues are negative. They come from customer complaints. They come from once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that the latest sales guy called in about. They are fun things or scary things that we need to address. So in our weekly meetings, what we do is we have this list and we say, hey, here's the 3 that are the most important. The 3 that are going to have the biggest impact on our business. And then we, as a group, say, which one of these is the most important? And then we take that one and we address it. Here's the cool thing as a dungeon master. We're telling a story that's happening in a world, right? There's not just one thing happening in this world. There's a bar fight happening across town. That's cool. It's probably really fun. But what if your players aren't combat heavy? What if your players are instigated that bar fight and they don't want to go back there? You guys, as DMs, should have a list of things happening in the world. There's some big ones. Vecna is trying to take over, right? There's some little ones. There's a bar fight across town. But what about the goblins in a cave 5 miles outside of town just minding their own business? You guys could know about that. And if you know about it, that means the NPCs know about it. That means when the players are walking through town wondering what they're going to do next, they can overhear a conversation. And when they hear 2 or 3 of these things, something's going to strike the interest of the group. And then when they come to consensus on, hey, we want to go check out that Goblin Cave, you go, well, I guess Vecna wins, but let's go check out the Goblin Cave. So if you guys have a list of things happening in your world, it frees your players up to tell the story they want to tell, but it also saves you from having to harebrained improv every single part of this story. Now, a cool part here is if you have a list of stuff happening in the world, that list doesn't need to change every single session. If there's this Goblin Cave 5 miles outside of town, just let it stay there. If the players hear about it once, cool. If they never hear about it, it can stay there. They can go to the bar fight. They can go shopping. They can, whatever they're deciding to do, they can go do. But you know that Goblin Cave is there. And then every time something happens in the world, if you have a list, we'll say 10 things, 10 world events that are happening, you can go, you guys did this thing over here, and the goblins heard about it. Now the goblins are mad. Or you guys went to this bar fight, and you knocked out this guy that you thought was inconsequential. Well, he's the first mate on a pirate ship. And these things can start to spin and become bigger and bigger parts of your world. And you still have this freedom for your players to be able to act in a way that they want to act. So, we've talked about having space for your players to be able to make their own decisions. We've talked about having you as the DM carrying this demeanor of, what? Oh, carrying this demeanor of, I'm going to speak last. I'm going to say less. And we've talked about giving each one of your players a chance to win and a chance to play the game in the way they want to play it. The one thing that's true about all of these is they cannot happen if you don't know your players. And again, knowing your players doesn't mean you've been friends since middle school, and it doesn't mean that you have had a session 0 before you started. If you really want to know your players, you are going to be in communication with them in between sessions. For me, the most important conversations that I have in business are the hardest conversations to have. For you, as a DM, the most important conversations you will have with your players are going to be the hardest and the most awkward. The good news is you're probably not going to fire a player and they're going to lose their livelihood to support their family. They might lose a little bit of fun on Friday night. But you might hurt some feelings if you have to pull a player aside and say, hey man, can you just wait a little bit before you yell out, we're all going to go this way? Because nobody else on the table wants to do what you want to do every time. So, I want you guys to take away one thing from this. I want you all to be intentional about the way you prepare for meetings, the way you prepare for sessions, by how you communicate with your players. So, I'm going to open up to questions. Yeah, really. So the question is what I do, what the company is. It's a complicated question. My day job is super boring. I run a pest control company. But I do a couple other things. Like Andy said, we put on Authors in the Dungeon here in the mall in January. We had 50 vendors, 15 best-selling authors, and we just focused on us nerds. So that was super awesome. But I do a couple other things. I do some business coaching. I run professional games, things like that. Yeah. Yeah.
So just like a question, you don't want to tell your players what to do, but I think there needs to be some kind of direction. Do you have any thoughts of using NPCs to maybe drop hits without being too heavy-handed about it?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question, and I'm probably going to ask you a question in return just to make sure I understand. So the question is, you don't want to tell your players what to do, but you want to give them some direction, right? So do we use NPCs to do that, or do we just let them kind of run wild? I think the way, really it comes down to DM style. The way I have managed that in the past is giving them enough relevant information that they want to ask more questions. And so you mentioned using NPCs. Are you saying that somebody's going to come up and ask them questions or offer them a job, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, it can be as broad as one, depends on the situation. Hard to yes, the use of the people around them to guide them, because a lot of the time to play, it's conceivable that a group of players could spend half your game session trying to figure out how to open a door when they really should be looking out the window. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Can you guide them without telling them so they feel like they're making choices, but it's a choice that you've kind of come with?
Yeah, and so that's a really interesting point. If the players are sitting around trying to figure out how to open a door, I mean, the most interesting thing is most D&D players are simultaneously really smart and really dumb, right? And so you will throw in a 3rd grade puzzle, and they'll spend half a session trying to figure out that puzzle. But then you'll drop some deep lore that's supposed to be a mystery ongoing throughout the campaign, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, that just means this guy's a bad guy. And it completely throws it off. So there's that balance that you have to have that makes this job as DM so hard. But some of the things that I like to do in order to give my players kind of direction without telling them what to do is having stuff show up in their environment. And so if they're walking down the street, you might say you walk past City Hall where there's a job board of quests, people looking for adventurers. And if they keep walking, they keep walking, which is why it's important to have a couple of things that they can do. But just saying something like that is letting them know that's a possibility there. The thing that surprises me with players a lot is you'll say, hey, there's this job board with quests. They all walk by it. 3 sessions later, they're sitting around a fire in a cave somewhere, and they're like, hey, should we go check that job board? And you're like, crap, I don't even remember what was on that. And so, yeah, I think there's lots of opportunities. You may be interested in studying a principle from storytelling. It's often used in cinema and writing novels. It's show, don't tell. If you tell your players, hey guys, the bad guy's over there, the game's no longer fun. But if you say, all of a sudden, the volcano that's been dormant for 100 years, there's smoke coming out of it, but it doesn't look like it's reactivated, it's going to pique their interest. So
let's say your characters are very creative and they've found ways to kind of side quest themselves and they know where they need to go but avoid it. What are some ways you would like hard wall them so they have to go, or like feel more obligated to go where they need to be?
I mean, so if the players know where they need to go, but they're intentionally avoiding it, you could Jonah and the whale this, right? Like if you wanted to just flat out say, no, you're there, you could have them open a door that's accidentally a portal. But as a leader, can bring this back to business, if I have an employee that I'm like, hey, you need to have this hard conversation with your direct report, and he doesn't want to have that conversation, that the real conversation comes in, hey, why don't you want to have that conversation? What's stopping you from doing that? And so the same thing happens on a much lighter scale with your players. If you say, hey guys, you all know that's where you want to go, why aren't you going? And if they're like, well, we're scared we're going to die, maybe that just tells you the next session they need to find some awesome loot. They need to kind of beef up. They need to, maybe it's time for a level up. So, but that's what I would lean towards, is figuring out why they're avoiding it. But like I said, they could accidentally fall through a portal. So.
I want to go along with what you were saying so why are we still doing Gallon's Room?
Yeah, right? And so for the stream, it was said that if they're avoiding a major story point, the question becomes, why are you even playing in this campaign? Why are you trying to play this story? And again, that answer could vary. They could just say, hey, we're scared to die. Or they could just say, because your story sucks. And I think as a DM, that's probably why I don't want to ask that question. Because if they tell me, hey, it's because your story sucks, I'm going to be like, okay, well, then you run a story. But if you look at this as an opportunity to level up, tell a better story, that might be why. Yeah.
So, as an addendum to this, Overly Sarcastic Productions, I believe, talked about this in a video. She talked about, it wasn't Disco Elysium, it was of things happening in the world around you. You're dropped into this city, and it's go do anything you want. You're given the quest, go save this thing because there's a bomb. And if you waste too much time, the bomb goes off. And that teaches you as the player that the world is happening around you. And so it could be that, well, the bandits have kidnapped the mayor's daughter. And, oh, well, we want to go fight the goblins. Okay, well, the bandits have sent her head back. And so now they're faced with the idea of, oh, our actions have consequences. And so it makes it feel more immersive because there's the world happening irrespective of their decisions. That you are not the most important thing. So that is a way to help guide people also back on things.
Yeah, I love that. And just to summarize for the stream, the idea is that you can show your characters that their actions have consequences. And I think another great example of this is a mistake a lot of new DMs make is they TPK their party and they go, oh, just kidding. Never mind. and sometimes as a DM, especially a new DM, you don't know your own strength. And you don't want the story to be over. And so you're like, hey, we're not going to do this. But I have seen DMs that they get their player down to a hit point of health, and then all of a sudden the bad guy stops hitting them. And it happens every time because they never want to kill their character. But they have this player who is always putting themselves in this position. And so as a DM, this comes back to the hard conversations. Sometimes you got to kill that player, the character, not the player. But yeah. Okay, any other questions? Cool.
Well, thank you very much, Eric. I really appreciate your time, everyone.